morning. Oops. Good morning and welcome to the All Around Natural Beauty RN channel, where I'm passionate about helping victims of all ages and all genders overcome the fear of facing the abuse to become survivors. Over here, we do not do moments of silence, we do moments of speaking where we speak out the names of victims and we speak out the names of abusers. We don't do moments of silence. Over here, we speak out. We speak out, and I'm just excited to be here today in this new year. Welcome to 2024. And I do know that thank y'all for showing up too. Anybody who will show up. Um, that it's been a while, and I'm just grateful that a lot of times the spirit the spirit will put out there the right energy to continue with the right things, even when it appears that the wicked is just growing and just taking over everything, but the spirit of the Lord is upon me, and I'm just excited to be here today to know that the truth always prevails, will prevail. The truth is here. When we're talking about the truth, I want to talk about a lot of stuff. I want to talk about some things that it's kind of been revealed to me about why this is happening, why this is all happening when it's been more than a year. We haven't seen any justice for Shanquella, um, and also a lot of the things about the politics, America, all kind of stuff is just hopping out there, and the reason why we're not getting any justice is because there's some deep stuff out there happening and stuff. Um, Hang on a second, y'all. I want to fix something here. Excuse me. I think my lighting is not all that great. Yeah, it's a beautiful day today. It's been pretty cold, but been pretty cold. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Like and subscribe to the channel. All right, we got some OG people up in here. Um, yeah, I know there's been like a attack on in the silencing of people. Hey, what's going on, Diane? Diane, it says, hello, RN and beautiful. I clicked so fast. Miss you. Yep. Thank you, Diane. What's up, Andrew? Appreciate you coming out here too, and all that good stuff. So I'm just excited to still be here and to still be here and to know that there are some good people out there, and we still out here working hard today. I want to do something that I haven't done in a while. Like I said, I've been silent for a while because I just felt like, well, good heavens, I'm tired of I'm just tired of the attack on goodness and stuff, on goodness, on God, and all the stuff that's going on around us in the world. And it's really kind of smoke and mirrors because the heart of most people is not even what they're putting out there. And what kind of opened me up to kind of like, today I'm just really kind of just talking from the heart because didn't really plan to do this, but like I said, I've just been feeling what really triggered me, not triggered me, but what really motivated me to come out and say something was a viral video from Cat Williams that was on this Club Shade. And he said a lot of stuff on there, as far as like really empowering me to have more courage to just not worry about that it appears that Satan's army is super big when really it's not. And the reason why I feel that way is because of how viral that went when he was up there speaking the truth, and how it just let me know, it just reassured for me that people want the truth. It's more people that are on the side of God than is not. And they're trying to put out these things and promote wickedness. So God fearing people or God believing people, people that believe in the spirit of God, math and science, truth, will feel hopeless and just kind of give up and, move on. And I'm not gonna lie, I was feeling that. I was feeling like, gee whiz, like why, 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 why? Like why is this happening when so many people feel like they want justice? Why? Why is that? Oh, we got some more people out here. What's up, highly favored? Yes, and my OG people out there from back in the day that was always on the side of God. Highly favored says, "Good morning, RN. Thank you so much." And like I said, I just kept watching that interview and listening to Cat Williams like really put the truth out there and stand on it. And I was like, in the beginning when this thing first came out, it was that's where my heart was at, standing on truth and all that stuff. And then it got to a point to where I was like, okay, I'm tired of these trolls or these little demons coming over here, supporting wickedness. People were sitting up here getting offended at the truth and taking up and supporting these demons. And I just was like, oh, whatever. I don't even feel like fighting this fight. I'll just go live my own life. But just like Cat Williams said, like, the truth and the good people don't need to be quiet and let these lies live out there. If you know the truth, you got to stand on it and, really promote it and push it out there. And then, two, recently, during these last little 6 days, I was looking over and noticing um, like a lot of, not a lot, but some of these channels and stuff that started off so called supporting, Justice for Shanquella Robinson, like what's all going on with this? How there's a lot of stuff happening. People's channels being demonetized and just all kind of stuff. I'm just like, um, really, what's going on here? It's just it really kind of letting me see and letting me know that these little so-called powers that be really, if the more of us stand together, like I said before in prior videos, there's strength in numbers, and people, we really come together and stuff as opposed to folks getting offended. So I want to do something I used to do back in the day. Back in the day was read our acts of faith and stuff. So this kind of helps to give us a foundation to be grounded on something. And I looked over some of the old videos and stuff, how um, like what we were talking about and stuff like that. And I do I do know, like I felt when I saw when the lies started to come in there. And part of me know that, I didn't really speak up and say where I kind of felt these doors being opened and who let them in there and all that stuff. But to look back on some of these channels to see too where more people have kind of been hush hush or just kind of gave up and stuff on you know seeking this justice. Who is silencing us, and why are we having these situations with people trying to distort the truth? Hello, Diane said facts, God's side and the other side. Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. Thank you, Diane. So I see y'all done watched it too. So I see y'all that watched it too. And like I said, I kind of just threw that title out there because I feel like I can just go pick any of the videos and we can talk about it and stuff like that. I really, like I said, when we first started this, it was we started together because before I started talking about Shanquella, this was like an abandoned channel from years ago where I was talking, doing hair stuff. And a lot of times, when you're in the midst of something, you don't necessarily see it. And so in the beginning, this thing was like really blowing up. And then there was plants, little demons in here that started trying to, gremlins, to destroy, to stop the truth from being said. Thank you, Diane. All right, Susie, sensations. It's good morning, our injustice for Shanquella Robinson. Yes. And people still want justice. People are still talking about it and asking about it and wondering why. And then throughout all this stuff, a lot of stuff has, I've learned a lot because I was somebody who really, was in political stuff. I had heard about Black Lives Matter, but I really didn't know who they were, what they were about. I had heard about the Trayvon Martin and all the George Floyd and all that stuff. I really didn't look off into the story. I just, the media put a little something out there, and then I would just, like everybody else, go, oh yeah, wow, here's more racism and stuff, but not really looking at the core. And a lot of times they put this stuff out there on in the news, and now they try to use social media too to kind of herd us into what you believe and what you see and all that stuff. So um, I'm gonna be using some of this stuff to kind of put together the reasons why I believe that we haven't that Shanquella Robinson has not received any justice and why they keep trying to silence us and have us not say anything. So good morning and thank you, Susie, for coming in. Please hit the like button, y'all, on the way in here, and all that stuff. And thank y'all too for still showing up here. I know I know they want us to be hush hush about this. Diane Nash says, "Demon eye ties, so let it happen. We the people will stand fast." Yeah. Hey Yolanda, what's going on? Andrew, you back? Andrew says, "Anybody here like to see TDS people go into meltdown overdrive?" TDS. Somebody help me out with these initials. TDS. T trans demons. Help me, people. What's that all about? TDS. I don't know what that is. Highly favored says, in the last days, people will be lovers of themselves. Yes. Boastful, proud, abusive, ungrateful, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, not lovers of God, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. Yes. Trying to read what scripture that is. Yes, that's true. That's in the word there. All right, we got some other folks put out here. I'm gonna go on and say this acts of faith because at one point I even stopped saying that when they started trying to slice down Iana for something that she said and stuff like that. And nowadays we with this cancel culture and stuff, and you can't say anything without offending people and stuff. And I too believe that that is false because people, it's more people that don't agree with this stuff than there are people that do. So that lets me know that they're trying to manipulate us too. I was watching this one video the other day, a little news clipping where it was talking about how much money Disney has lost. Disney has lost a lot of money. Um, I'm gonna throw a video on real quick so I can go run and get my cough drops. I've been still haven't really been fully together, and I can hear my I feel like a cough is gonna be coming on pretty soon. But let me just go ahead and push through this real quick and just open up the chat with acts of faith for today, January 13th, 2024. Yes. So welcome to the new year. And here we are going on year number two without this. And anyway, something big is about to happen. Something big is about to happen. January 13th. This is Acts of Faith, Iana Van Zett, um, a book of daily meditations. And, you know, we want to we want to do something with this here. So it says Inyana is an author. She's a Yoruba priestess. This book was copywritten back in '93, I believe. Anyway, I've been reading it since 1995, and it's still quite helpful. The words are, still the same. The truth, like I said, the truth, the truth, the truth. So January 13th says, Heaven is where you'll be when you are okay right where you are. All right, I'm going to read that one more time. Heaven is where you'll be when you're okay right where you are. Pretend for a moment that you are a mink. Beautiful, valuable, precious because of the skin that covers you. Suddenly, your homeland is invaded by hunters with bats. The hunters seem kind, yet you approach them cautiously. They pet the younglings who are innocent, less cautious. As you approach your young, the hunters attack. They beat you. You are dazed, struggling for composure. The hunters steal your skin, your heritage, the very essence of your being. They leave you to die, but you survive. Your fur grows back, stronger, more beautiful than before. Somehow it doesn't make sense. The very thing that makes you who and what you are is the source of pain. Confused, distrustful, you hide yourself or camouflage your fur, your essence. Silently, you begin to curse your fur because the hunters return again and again. You begin to understand you will never get away from being what you are. Wow. As long as you have fur, you will be hunted. The issue is, will you curse your fur, give up and die, or just continue to be a proud but cautious mink? I will not hide who or what I am. Yes, I feel the same way. All right, so like I said, I need to go ahead and find a quick video to put on while I go um, fix my blow my nose and get some cough drops to be close near me before this little coughing spree shows up. So, like I said, today we're going to be. I need to move this over here. Put it. Okay. Bear with me one second here while I do some stuff here. It's been a minute since I've actually done a live, and thank y'all so much for showing up here. Let me see how I want to start here. Okay, so let me just give a disclosure really quick here too. We're gonna be talking about the transgenders and stuff too, because all these pieces tie together. Um, Parents and the Trayvon Martin thing. So things that's kind of and the whole politics and all that stuff. Why this stuff is happening. So I'm gonna start us off first with a. Let me see. Let me see here. What's this? Okay, here's a good one here. All right, so this here is kind of it'll take a little minute. This here just to show us that man, let me see here. I love y'all so much. I see some old people out there, and thank y'all so much. Let me see here. I better find something fast before my news explodes. Excuse me. All right, so here we go. We're about to put on a quickie, quickie something here. Um, okay, I'm gonna play this here. I'm gonna play this for me. So, this is a Where's my speaker? Can y'all? I must be being heard. Somebody would have said it. Oh, okay, I see. That's just something. All right, so I'm going to share the screen here. I may just go ahead and set the stage here. This here. Now I'm gonna just let y'all see it. Share. All right, share. All right, so this here is Krishan Rock, who is, I don't know, I guess she's some type of I don't know. Anyway, there's somebody, a blue face who is, I don't know either. I think it's a rapper or something like that. Anyway, there's social media people, or anyway, young people's celebrity stuff. And she is, I'm gonna just play the thing.
And I got niggas that will beat you up like a nigga. Nigga, the fuck is you talking about? Okay. You want camera time? Get it. You said what? You want camera time? Get it. Camera time, bitch. All right, then shut up. Then shut up. Then argue with a nigga. Argue with somebody that got balls, bitch. What are you talking about? As soon as you get hit from one of the niggas that came with me, nigga, I'm jumping in it. What? We jump up. Where's persuasion? Why is always the transgender trying to fight me? I'm not a nigga. Blueface have nothing to do with this. What the fuck? Get off my dick. Fucking don't got one. Like, for real. What are you doing? Again, you're a nigga. You're a bitch. That's a real nigga.
No, that's a man. I'm a whole bitch. And you upset? When a bitch say that, they be mad, crass. When they be mad if they give a fuck cameras, girl. You can come pull up.
And I got niggas that will beat you up like a nigga. Nigga, the fuck is you talking about? Okay.
Okay.
You want camera time? Get it.
Okay, so y'all see this here. I guess it really doesn't matter who she is, but anyway, she is somebody that people probably know. But y'all see that this person that's confronting her or trying to start a fight with her is a transgendered person. This is a man who is impersonating a woman. And a lot of this stuff we're going to be calling things out, like I said before. For that, let me just go ahead and let me see here. Let me have to go there. For those of you who don't know me, I'm 53. I made 53, y'all, December the 15th. 53 years old and the proud mother of 3 adult children, 2 XY chromosomes and 1 XX. Also, I have over 30 years of nursing experience, and I've been around the block, and I've been here. I'm a proud Gen Xer, and who we are all into math and science, reading, writing, and arithmetic from the basic stuff. So a lot of these new people don't even know how to read, and nothing about science and stuff like that. These are a lot of people are walking around here. Like I said before in prior videos, we don't do delusional thinking over here. We are about the truth, math and science. Math and science here. Let's see. Hey, hold up. Let me just go ahead and reshare this. We'll go back over this because this is very, very important. It's important to um, acknowledge these true facts and how what people are doing here. So go back over here and watch it again.
You want camera time? Get it.
Camera time, bitch.
All right, then shut up. Then shut up. Then argue with a nigga. Argue with somebody that got balls, bitch. What are you talking about? As soon as you get hit from one of the niggas that came with me, nigga, I'm jumping in it. What? We jump up. Why is always the transgender trying to fight me?
She said, "Why is always the transgenders trying to fight me?" Look at her face. She like, what? Why are they trying to fight me?
I'm not a nigga.
I'm not a nigga. But look at this dude. He is sitting here trying to be provocative to fight a woman because in his mind, he's a female. Because he's been allowed to walk around with delusional thinking, but she knows that this is a man. That's why she's not trying to fight him. Now, I hope y'all are reading between the lines on why this is being played. This is dangerous. This is dangerous.
Blueface have nothing to do with this. What the fuck? Get off my dick. Fucking I don't got one. Like, for real.
Look at it.
What are we doing? Again, you're a nigga. That's a real nigga.
No, that's a man.
You hear the friend? No, that's a man. They know that this is a man. She ain't stupid. And people was asking, why didn't Shanquella fight back? Because she knew that was a man.
I'm a whole bitch. You upset?
Look there. I'm a whole bitch. No, you ain't. Look at this is a man, y'all.
When a bitch say that, they be mad, crass.
Look there. He's convinced that she is mad at him for being a whole bitch.
They be mad. They be mad if they give a fuck. Cameras, girl, you can come pull up.
Yeah, and I got niggas that will.
All right. So I just wanted to kind of break the ice with that because I know in the beginning when we were saying this kind of stuff, and I do believe that that's who was actually attacking the channel to try to put the blocks on it because they wanted to push a certain agenda. But like I've said, I'm noticing that there's more people that is not for this and is not trying to defend or protect this here population of people, people. I thank y'all too for throwing in some stuff there. So just to kind of more reinforce this um, delusional thinking of these transgenders, I'm gonna show y'all another quick little short of the mind, so we can get off into the mindset of these transgenders. Here we go. And I've shown this one before too, but since I ain't been here in a minute, I'll highlight it again. Because we may have to track down some of this software to put it out there so we can, shut the folks up with all these lies and stuff.
Is transphobic. Filter keeps misgendering me. Look.
All right, so here is obviously a transgender. They don't understand that even if I had my eyes closed, just by listening to the voice, I can tell that that is a man talking.
No fucking way. No way. Okay, we're gonna try this. Hell no. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, let's try again.
TikTok, you're getting a community guidelines violation.
So just to show y'all that these people are really in a delusion that they are something other than themselves, and that you can think your way out of this, or you can, if you have a strong enough desire that you could, change and be something else, and that people should obviously be able to look at you. Oh, hold on. Yeah, sorry y'all. And that was another part of the reason why I haven't really been coming on here too. I just haven't really been 100% since um, I was sick. I had fever and all that stuff too. This was weeks ago. but haven't been able to shake this cough. It's been just still kind of hanging out here. So okay, so here we go. Um, we're gonna do a few more of these here short about these here. Hmm, all right, so let me just let me see here. And plus, I'm not going to be worried about folks being offended at anything, because it's already hardly anything here happening. They've already did all the destruction and stuff like that too. So I'm just talking for my own self. I really don't. I really, it's there's nothing here. Let's see here. Show how crazy these people are and stuff like that, and how, like I said, it's more people that is not feeling this than that are. All right, so here go, and it's really, you know, these religions and churches and stuff too that are really guilty of, trying to come after our children with all this wickedness and stuff. They're doing a lot of stuff to our children in schools and stuff. So hang on here.
Our children are not your children. Stop trying to get this board to allow you to indoctrinate a sexual ideology, and maybe California wouldn't rank 50th in literacy, 44th in math, and 42nd in science.
Right, here you go.
The only difference in a faltered school system pushing sexual ideologies and the gay men masquerading as priests is these agendas are typically pushed by white liberal men and women who act as activist pimps to perpetuate the mental rape and twisting of children's minds. And I don't care how you define a pedophile. I don't care how you try to justify it or say it isn't this or isn't that. There is a special place in hell for people who abuse and hurt children.
You're going to HELL double hockey sticks. Going to hell.
We do not co-parent with the government or the schools. Our children are not your children. Stop trying to get this board to allow you to indoctrinate a sexual ideology, and maybe California wouldn't rank 50th in literacy, 44th in math, and 42nd in science.
All right, so remember I was telling y'all how this new generation don't know how to read, and stuff like that. That's how they're easily able to kind of sway them and stuff. So there a lot of these young people that are confused, and parents are actually promoting this stuff. They're going around, you know, demanding that their, kids be mutilated and all kind of horrible stuff. All kind of horrible stuff. Let's see here. Andrew says Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. Okay. Demonized, highly favored, said demonized. All right. So, where's my stuff? Okay. So, um, again, the link between all these things and stuff like that. Like when this first happened with Shanquella Robinson, I don't know, maybe I missed it or something, but did Black Lives Matter even say anything? That was there any type of anything? Nothing really was said. And I know that I've said before about, Shanquella was a contributing member of society. Like she was actually doing something. Um, she was doing something. She was, doing something. And then to find out that the people that the Black Lives Matter was, supporting and, marching for had criminal past, had done negative thing, had not contributed anything positive to society. And two, I had recently found out that Trayvon Martin was actually attacking the George Zimmerman guy, and they had demonized him and changed things up all for votes. They, for votes and election and stuff like that. And I'm going to admit that, I'm just recently started to get political when this thing all went down back in April of 23, when they said that it was not enough evidence and they couldn't do anything. And that, y'all know that that's when I was saying, hey, y'all, we got to get political and stuff. And doing a little investigation, doing a little digging, and a lot of stuff that was already out there, not realizing how by them manipulating and controlling this fake news, according to President Trump, um, is real, is true, and how it kind of changes how people think, changes your perception, and all that stuff. Susie Sensation says Crooks is floating behind the scenes. Yes, with this case, in my opinion, I agree with you. I agree. I agree. I agree. So let's see here. I'm just gonna play some old videos here from Shanquella. I don't know. I wanted to. I was curious too about like what's going on with some of the other people's channel. It was some guy, um, star. Anyway, his channel is demonetized, and people's videos. I don't know, man. There's some crazy stuff happening out there. Some crazy stuff happening out there. And then somebody from the past, I don't know if I'll name a name or not, sent the email. And I'm kind of late on checking the email stuff because I got overwhelmed with some. It was like over 15,000. Anyway, I noticed, send a Happy New Year and about why I haven't went live lately and stuff. And I'm sure this is a clear person who had attacked the channel and stuff after not liking some things that I was saying, standing on this here truth and stuff like that. So I've always said before, the truth doesn't need any explaining, and the truth is the truth. And to those people back in the day, like the Geraldos, even the lead attorney, which I never vocalized anything, my opinion on that, because um, you know, back in the day, not back in the day, but in 22, I was a part of his mastermind. Like I wasn't a subscriber or a follower of his YouTube channel. I until after I got introduced to him through the mastermind that he was having for YouTubers. And so after I joined, I just joined on a referral from a very close trusted person of mine. I said this guy, is helping with YouTube channels and all this good stuff, right? So I joined into this mastermind. I'm learning a lot of stuff, and then after a short time, I check out the teacher's channel and stuff. And for those of you who do remember this channel, I said I got on the lead attorney's channel when this Shanquella Robinson story was first breaking, and I said something that went viral. Other people started clipping it and uploading it, reacting to it, and a lot of the stuff I didn't even see. And I noticed that I started talking about it on this channel, and these content creators was coming over here, like to little old me, a little old me who had barely had 1,000 subscribers, and you know, in the shadows, doing stuff. But at the time, I wasn't really paying attention to why these big content creators and stuff was coming over to the channel, and then in the background, doing some gremlin work and stuff. And the introduction of that Geraldo guy, it wasn't just through the lead attorney, but it had come through other content creators. There was a rabbit hole. There was other even the Gerald Jackson had, there it was out there. So it was almost like I don't know who was planting these people in here to drop these stories and stuff, to herd us, to lead us in a certain direction. And the closer we kept getting to the truth, they would come out with more stories. So it's just now I'm waking up to like, hey, have they been trying to, you know, guide us all this time? And then in hopes that we would, you know, oh, well, next thing, and then, you know, kind of move on. So, which is another reason why I was like, okay, I need to come out and continue to continue to talk about this and not get caught up in all this stuff with these things that's going on and stuff. So I don't know. I don't want to be um, controversial, but you know, I can't be scared. I can't be scared, and honestly, you know, when I saw like this stuff is real with this whole wickedness, it really turned me off. It turned me off. I was just like, yuck, because you know, like they say, ignorance is bliss, right? So before knowing all this stuff, I didn't know. So I didn't know that this kind of stuff was going on. Um, I didn't know. I didn't know, and I honestly didn't. I didn't like it. I didn't like knowing about the stuff. All right, so let me see here. Here's some stuff from. Hmm, and I guess I just didn't want any problems. All right, so anyway, here's another little kind of a a little news clipping that I had shared back in about okay, shoot. Here, let me share this too so we can see some other stuff and find out like why people were getting canceled and put out of here. Because here's this guy here. I had learned about him too. Got canceled.
Thanks very much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
So you said something that I think many people would in their hearts think is obvious, but very few people are willing to say out loud. You said it knowing you would likely be punished for saying it, but you said it anyway. Why did you do that?
I believe in the truth. I believe that people should have these conversations and say things that matter without fear of punishment.
You are old-fashioned. Why do you think, I couldn't agree with you more, and I'm grateful that you have that attitude, but why do you think it was important to say this specifically?
Y'all see that this guy, not her, but Carlston, isn't it Carlston? Tucker.
Well,
Tucker
when we get down to it,
doesn't even have a show anymore. They got rid of him, right? And so, just like Cat Williams said, 2024 is about to be this. This is the year for the truth to come out, and you know, all this stuff that like they're starting to recognize that them trying to be manipulative stuff is not working. Like I said earlier, Disney has lost billions by, you know, trying to what they call be woke. This here is pretty old, so let me make this small so you can see um, when this happened. This was what, February 2019. Wow, this is really old.
women and girls all share a biological reality. We are all female. But if any male person can call himself a woman or legally identify as female.
Okay. What is this? This is so obvious that this is a man. Even with this wig and the makeup, look, just like the AI had identified the one, you know, trans trying to, you know, thinking that they pass. You don't pass because the skeletal structure remains the same. The way they're able to tell if they found skeletal remains in the woods, if that was a male or female, is because the skeleton is different. Look at this square face. Men have squares, women have circles. Men have angles, squares and angles. Look at this square chin. Look at this. Look at these brows. Look how thick the eyebrow line is. Look at this ridge there. This is obviously a man, even with the big smile in the wig and makeup. You can tell that this is a man.
Then predatory men will do so in order to gain access to women's
Predatory men will do so.
single-sex spaces, and this puts every woman and girl at risk.
Now, she was saying this back in 2019, right? But the powers that be kept all this stuff silent, and they allowed the men to continue to come into the women's spaces. And they had men being transferred over to women's prisons, getting women pregnant in there, men being found in girls' bath. I mean, just all kind of disgusting stuff.
That's from the beginning. I don't weigh in on this often because sexual politics is a morass, and it's not worth it, to be totally honest with you. But I have enough daughters that I care, and my instinct has always been.
Oh, and it's back in 2019, but now people really starting to care, right? They see that they got to.
And this change in our society, which we never debated, the terms have never been clarified, is not going to be good for girls in the long run. Do you share that concern?
I definitely do agree. Like I said, this puts every woman and girl at risk of male violence, and this is already happening in many states.
All right. So remember how I was saying before how Mexico got this problem with femicide and all that stuff? It's worldwide, ladies. Women are being attacked worldwide, and we see it's right here in our own country. This was 2019. Things are worse now. The reason why Shanquella's not getting any justice is because she's a woman. The world don't care about women and violence against women. And then by the fact that she was unalived by a man, more reason why they're not going to do anything.
In many states, men can legally identify themselves as female and gain access to women's single-sex spaces. And sports is just one institution where men are.
This was before, what was the swimmer's name? I can't think of her name. The young lady that the dude said, "Oh, I'm a girl," and did he go break and get the trophies and stuff? This was before this.
Taking titles, scholarships, and this is a problem.
So it seems like a real problem. Why wouldn't women's groups who exist to carry the banner for women raise the alarm about this?
Women have been speaking out about this for decades, but we have been effectively silenced. Many women
effectively silenced, and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
Like myself have been pushed out of spaces that we built, spaces that are intended to include us, simply because we acknowledge biological reality.
Do you think, I mean, you're lesbian, you were in the same acronym as a bunch of other groups, including...
Wow. It says some gay people see a problem with trans in female-only spaces. Those are the plants.
People who are transgendered. Do you think that makes it more difficult for you to make this argument? I mean, it seems like this has been so politicized that you're expected to have a certain set of views that maybe you don't have.
I see where you're coming from. I would like to make a distinction here. The letters in the acronym share not much. The L, G, and B are based on sexualities. They're based on sex, biological reality.
And see, when they added the T up in there, that's when, and all the other things that go off up in there, these were just ways to get you to be distracted, right? Because before, the gay and lesbian groups was, nobody really, they was in their little space. They didn't bother anybody. Nobody bothered them. It was, go do your thing. Then when they started, now they're not even united. They're not even united. It's a way to let these men take over from these top religions and stuff like that. Like we see it now, these religious leaders, and it's nothing new. They've been being accused of this kind of mischievous stuff since the beginning,
realities.
Yes.
But the T is based on gender identity, which is not based in biological reality. In fact, I would argue that it's opposed to biological reality. The LGB is very different from the T, and I don't think it's fair to lump us all into the same acronym.
Do you find it astounding that it is considered an act of bravery to defend biology?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so myself, but I guess that's where we are right now. And I hope more women stand up.
Last question, because I can't remember. What did they say to you? You were thrown off this commission. You were punished for saying this out loud. What was the rationale for it?
Frankly, there was no case made. My accuser said that they didn't have to make a case. One of the members of my committee argued that sex was a thing of the past. He said, frankly, science had progressed so far that sex was unimportant. I argued the opposite.
Now this guy doesn't even have a show anymore, right? See how Dancing with the Truth really, could be devastating to you. Andrew says, no, just like Brandon Johnson in Chicago, see how he refers to Joe's illegal as an international, crisis, as if he's some sort of international mayor. Anything to keep from saying Biden. It's horrible over there in Chicago and New York with all of the migrants. And President Trump brought up something very interesting, that these are, kind of soldier age type of military age men that are in the country, like plants, right? This is super, super something that we need to be aware of. Power is powerful. Yes, Diane says. All right, so here we go. Andrew says, girl, you need to get your stuff in order. Leave me alone. I'm just happy to come out here. Like, I wasn't going to come out here. And Andrew, where's your channel at? Do you have a channel that you got your stuff together? Leave me alone. October 1971. What's that? Whatever. Devolution, tribalism. Okay. So yeah, Andrew, does Andrew have a channel? Let's take a peek and see if Andrew has a channel where he has his stuff together. Message retracted. Oh, okay. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna show this to y'all too real quick. All right, so here we go. About to share the screen. Well, I don't know. I should go on it first because this. All right, so here we go. Here is Andrew's channel here with nothing happening here. Nothing happening here. So we got people that always want to heckle in the background, and you aren't doing anything, but just coming around to people's channel and having issues in the chat with folks who's trying to do something here. Anyway, I don't even know. Nothing, nada. All right, so let's go ahead and let's talk about. Oh, did I even show that? Was y'all able to? Did I share that with y'all or no? Did y'all see? I'm sure you did. Hopefully you did. Anyway, here is what we're going to talk about here. The things that we could do to help Shanquella. I wanted to show y'all that to let y'all see that it's not just in this country or other countries where women don't have a voice, and the fact that things happen to the women and things happen to women is because people there's violence against women in all of the countries. So some of the things that we can do to make sure that we continue to get justice for Shanquella is to continue to talk about things. To continue to talk about things. All right. I want to share. I want to go. I want to look through my channel and go back to when this stuff started taking place. when stuff started to change, and we can see who the people were that actually started to try to hurt us with the different stories and stuff like that. Yeah, when the thing changed. And two, I'm just gonna go ahead and be brave and do it. We're gonna look at what some of these other channels are doing. Let's see what Geraldo Zuruga is doing. If when was the last time he said anything about Shanquella? Oops. All right. All right. So here we go. This was this. Oh, they ain't really getting no movement over here. Let's see if this gonna share with me. Okay, cool. This working with me. All right. So 5 months ago, Geraldo's last upload here, and last time that he spoke about Shanquella was 10 months ago, and this here is supposed to be exclusive interview, 3 stages followed for a person who is accused of femicide. Okay, nobody even watched it. Let's see what last live. 10 months ago. Okay, so other other people. Hmm. Wow. Okay, so here was those never be seen for images. But as we can see here, this person here hasn't done or said anything else about it. So, and then we discovered later on that this whole thing here, where did this Andrew person come from? Hmm. Um, over here for this Geraldo and stuff. And like I said, I started on this today, this morning was just something for me to just come on out here and talk because I don't want to be silent. All right, so let's go here and then I'm gonna react to one of these here old videos of mine. Oh, is this somewhere? You're hollering right now. Let's see. How they said, "Black Life Matters." Never. Yeah. Not for women, and Black Lives Matter isn't running by black people. Oh, I thought it was some black ladies running it. Hey, have you watched that White House senior living commercial? Nope. You look at those comments so late, you aren't remembering what you went there to. That's true. I do. That is absolutely correct. Let's see here. Holly Perry said, "Has anyone heard of Black Lives Matter lately? No, because they're uncovered their dirty secrets." Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. And like I said, I had the video about the whole little Trayvon Martin thing. Stu did a whole bunch of research and investigation, and yeah, it's some dirty secrets off up in there. Dirty secrets off up in there. So in the beginning, look at all this. All right. So in the beginning, there was the word anyway. In the beginning, oh yeah, and then I saw Shank Rock. What happened was I got a mention on something that happened months ago when I saw this here video because this was me reacting to Shank Rock's video prove that Dejanay is a transgender that a whole year ago, and it was a picture of us, the two of us in Washington D.C. for a march for Shanquella back in May. And I was wondering, like, why did this pop up again in my thing? Because it had already taken place. So then I go over there to his channel, and his channel has been attacked and demonetized, and somebody scrubbed off his all his videos and stuff like that. So it's some people out there, I believe, working for the other side, and they are going around watching people's channels to, do gremlin work and stuff. So I can say for sure that when, not for sure, but right about, right about up in here. Oh, and then Nancy Grace too, actually came back out here and stuff like that too, but hasn't really said anything anymore. So I wanted to break down her video again and see what was going on with that. But hell of a chick. There was another one. Like, look at all these people and stuff. And I go to their sites and everybody's being mute. So what's going on here? Is what I like to know. What's going on here? And here, this is one too where I felt like after this one is when folks started doing stuff. Folks started doing stuff. So let's see. We just pick one of these here. Andrew says, what about all the women who know they are having relationships with violent bad guys thinking they can tame them? Yes, that's why I'm saying women need to wake up and stick together, and we shouldn't be dealing with these men because a lot of them are violent. A lot of them are violent until we can get ourselves together and love ourselves enough not to put ourselves in dangerous situations with these men and carrying on and stuff like that too, because see what happens, especially the ones that's allowed to walk around with this delusional thinking and stuff like that. So we had people. hmm. So okay, I'm gonna share this too real quick because it wasn't just Geraldo who was pushing false narrative. There were others too, like Yahoo News. So there's lots of news out there that we're not able to really trust because of this. This here was November 30th, 2022. So this here is a month after Shanquilla's expiration, and we have Yahoo News, this travel noir. Arrest made in death of Shanquella Robinson. Dejanay Jackson awaits extradition. So this Simone Cherie person, like we should look off into that. Like, why did this person post this lie? Says law enforcement appears to be one step closer to seeking justice in untimely death of 25-year-old Shanquella Robinson. Travel Nui previously reported on the public outcry to hold one of Robinson's friends accountable for the crime through extradition prosecution in Mexico. Those pleas may see how this may have. So they're being very vague in this whole thing too, right? With these little keywords and stuff like that. A lot of people were just saying things for story to just continue on with stories and stuff like that. In the beginning, people were, stay keeping up with the truth and stuff like that. But then all of a sudden, it was all about what was good for stories, what was good for stories. See here. Those pleas may have been answered as reports circulate that Dejanay Jackson has been arrested in connection with the crime. Prior to the arrest, the local prosecutors for the state of Baja California, Sir Daniel De La Rosa, said, "We are doing everything that needs to be done, like putting out an Interpol alert and asking for the person to be sent to the U.S. It's about two Americans, the victim and the person who did wrong." Wow. So, like I said, it wasn't only Geraldo who was putting out those fake stories. Other people were too. Other people were as well. Let's see here. Let's get one of these. Um, go back to FBI. All right. So here's the FBI report. Oops. And this is dated. This is Fox News, FBI. That's what I'm saying. It's like, who do we trust? Because if the FBI is putting out bologna sandwiches, Yahoo, Fox News, FBI, it says no federal charges will be filed in Shanquella Robinson's death following investigation. The FBI announced this week that it has investigated the death of Shanquella Robinson and concluded it will not file federal charges related to the case. But when we go all the way back to the beginning, they forgot what was being said. What they said. All right, so here's another something that's pretty old. Oops. All right, so let's go down here. And I got this other one where I'm going to show you the things changed. Okay, so these are going to be little quick shorty shorts too, so it'll be easy to digest and we'll put some stuff to it. All right, so here we go. This here is a retired FBI says Cabo 6 has okay. Disturbing murder of Shanquella. So she said murder. We heard her say that. Shanquella Robinson. What do you think happened?
Well, at this point, it's confusing because based on the videotape and then.
All right, warrant out in death of American woman in Mexico. All right.
Based on the stories that our friends are giving, there's a huge.
All right, notice she's a retired agent, right? I think that's significant, retired, right? Because I'm a retired nurse, so it's a lot of stuff that I can say that I couldn't say back when I was a working nurse. Because we have certain codes, you can't really say all the stuff and think you're gonna be able to show back up at work. All right, so here, retired, so we can take her stuff, make a little bit.
Divergence in terms of what law enforcement is being told. So it's even confusing the cause and manner of death. Is it an accident or did she die as the result of an attack?
All right, so we had. I'm thinking. Disturbing murder of Shanquella. We had. The death certificate, which came out in November. And then how they were reporting on the police report again back in November. dissect her story this time with actual visuals, because in the past we did it with only the audio, because she I don't think she actually had this channel at that time. So let's go over here. And then I would have felt like I done my piece here. So this here is Nancy Grace's channel. And back in, I want to say December, she did piece on Shanquella. Now she's uploaded the actual visual of it, because at first it was on a podcast, so we only able to hear. Only able to hear, but now we'll be able to put the voice together with what she's saying here. And now we could be able to look back on it. And here we go, on retrospect. All right, so cool. It's not that long too.
Charge it not as femicide.
Look back. All right, so with that,
Robinson mean anything to you? Because it means a lot to me. This beautiful young girl with her life ahead of her goes on a girls' weekend with some friends, and she never makes it back home alive.
February 7th, 2023. All right. So she's going to have some physicians in there and some other law people in there.
A very disturbing video is released of Shanquella and her. Listen, these, I'm calling them girls. They're all, I think, in their.
And what happened that they were able to silence Nancy Grace? Y'all saw how far down I had to scroll? She has yet to say anything new or any updates on this. And I really believe this reinforces the fact that women don't have any rights. Nobody cares about
Early 20s. Shanquella was 25 at the time of her death. So all the girls, young ladies, go to a Mexican resort, and it's a 5-star. It's a beautiful resort. But then stunning video emerges of her so-called friends wake her. Shanquella's mother and I both believe, because she sleeps without her clothes on, that she was woken up by the friend girls and some guy that was a friend as well, not a lover, a friend. Somebody was videoing all this. They get her out of bed. She's butt naked, and
she's butt naked. Remember when in the beginning, when this thing first happened, everybody was reporting that Shanquella was naked. Then all of a sudden the Gremlins came and they started to promote a story saying that the Cabo Six dressed her. Y'all remember that? And they kept going around saying that they dressed the body, did all these things to the body, all these little distractions and stuff like that, to where, to keep you distracted, to where people just have lost focus of the actual facts, the truth.
Start a fight with her. I can hardly stand to look at the fight, because in the fight where they're beating her, one woman in particular, her head goes sideways. Shanquella dies.
All right, so Nancy Grace, those words came out of her mouth. They ain't been able to have her retract this or any of those things. In the same way over here, there's no once if you are standing on the truth and you're actually telling the truth, then you're good. They can do things like put a shadow ban and stop the growth from people hearing, but once it's out there, it's out there. So you can hear it now, or you can hear it next year, you can hear it 5 years from now. It doesn't matter, but the truth remains. The truth is always the truth.
Because of that injury. I've got her death certificate right here.
The death certificate, right? And then remember, 5 and 6 months later, they came out with these autopsy reports, and
And joining me right now is Irv Brandt, Senior Inspector. This is why I have Irv on with me today. He's an expert, U.S. Marshal Service International Investigations, Chief Inspector, DOJ, Office of International Affairs.
All right, so that DOJ, they got a bad reputation too. That it's been said that it's some corruption up in there. So we're gonna listen to this expert and see if we can't find any bones.
He's been a country attaché for the U.S. Embassy and author of Solo Shot, Curse of the Blue Stone. It's on Amazon now. Also author of Flying Solo, Top of the World. So, Irv, let me bring everybody up to date quickly. The reason that she died was because of basically her neck getting broken. Oh gosh, what do you call, Jackie? Along the lumbar spine twisted, and her head
and we saw that when Dejanay did the moves on her, the pull, twist, throw technique. You could see that it was a technique. These were techniques in order to achieve the breaking of the neck.
Basically is no longer attached to the rest of her spine. It's kind of like an internal decapitation, where your head is no longer attached to your spine because of one of the blows. And Irv, you and I have looked at the video. It just makes.
She called it an internal decapitation. If y'all didn't hear, I had muted it because I was coughing.
Makes me sick to look at it. So the girls, the friends that do this to her, and the the grown man, they all rush back to the States. Irv Brandt, why have they not been arrested and extradited back to Mexico?
Okay, Nancy, I'm going to lay it out for you. This is speculation on my part, but it's speculation based on many years of experience with international extraditions. First of all, to extradite a crime within the treaty from one country to another, there has to be a common crime covered under the treaty. My understanding.
You don't think murder would rise to that, Irv Brandt? I mean,
well,
listen, I like you a lot, but
not,
I don't like anything you're saying.
Yeah, I understand that. It's complicated, Nancy. Give me a minute and I'll explain it to you.
He said it's complicated.
Yeah, dummy down for me, because I'm just not that smart, Irv Brandt.
Yeah, right. I'm talking to a lawyer. You're going to cut me to pieces.
I've seen a lot of ding-dong lawyers. They're not all smart, trust me.
What they charged was, help me out with the exact verbiage of the crime.
An arrest warrant has been issued and extradition proceedings have begun in Mexico for the murder of 25-year-old Shanquella Robinson.
It was
a homicide.
No. But the exact
look how everybody's trying to play like the word femicide. He's trying to get her to say it. He said femdom, like he don't know what it is.
The exact charge out of Mexico was like,
it's got to be voluntary manslaughter. Oh, femicide.
When a femicide.
Yes.
This is my point. This is what I'm getting to. Under the treaty, there's a list of crimes. You can't generalize. It has to be specific. You can't generalize this. Oh, well, femicide is murder. No, it's what the crime is charged. If that crime is not charged under the treaty, what Mexico has to do is reindict that charge. And
people were saying that too, that Mexico needs to change the charges. My thing is that this is how they're able to continue with the little ping pong match of saying, okay, well, the U.S. is not extraditing, and the U.S. could say, well, they saying something about a femicide, and so it goes back and forth. And in the meantime, there's no justice being served because of these so-called technicalities.
charge them with something that can be extradited under the treaty, like, let's say, murder. Now, I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying I'm giving you a possibility, and I'm giving you likely possibilities. Because over my years of experience in this, we go through this little song and dance all the time, especially when it came to capital crimes, murder crimes, sex crimes, drug crimes, money.
All right, so he said a few major things in there. Murder crimes, sex crimes, right? So,
laundering crimes. Lots of countries don't have similar, just the titles of them, and it has to be worked out, and sometimes that takes time.
Hey,
Now,
listen, you might be onto something, Irv, and I want to remind you, Jack, remind me to circle back with him on this. I posed to you the other day, we were off air, what the HELL is going on with Shanquella's case. Why hasn't anything been done? The women all changed their cell phone numbers. They cut off their cell phones. They moved from their apartments. Nobody can find them, head nor tail of them. As far as I know, that's never stopped a bounty hunter from finding the person. But the killing of Shanquella is being investigated as a, quote, femicide. That is an unfamiliar term for many of us in the U.S. It is a gender-motivated crime, and it has not been defined by the U.S. legislators as a global issue. That's feeding into what you're saying. Now, prosecutors in Mexico are trying to extradite one of Robinson's friends. I think they should get all of them, by the way. Have you seen this video, Irv? They're all like a pack of jackals yelping and baying.
If it would have been done in the U.S., and I know, all of them.
Oh, heck yeah. All of them, including the one, the videographer, so to speak. Right. Oh, HELL, yes. Now, they're trying to extradite one friend as a suspect, and the Attorney General for Baja California Sur told media that an arrest warrant was issued for the crime of femicide, the killing of a woman because of her gender. But you told me off air, Irv Brandt, I was telling you this whole scenario, how angry I was, nothing had been done. I talked to Shanquella's mother and her sister. They're grieving and they're mourning and they're angry all at the same time. I told you about it, and you said, I've done 1 million of these. I guarantee you it's Mexico. It ain't us.
100%.
But then fast forward a few months later, it is us, because the FBI said that there was not enough evidence for the charges. That's what makes me believe that it's something more. Like I said, it has something to do with this current administration having, some ties and being buddy with Mexico, right? Because we saw them. When I'm saying them, speaking of the president and the vice president, all at funeral services for black males and this whole Black Lives Matter stuff, but did not step up to do or say anything for Shanquella. It has to have something to do with her being a woman and these transgenders being involved.
Explain why you said that, because I hadn't thought of it that way. I have been 3 inches up these people's tailpipes where these women, we think, are hiding. 3 inches, calling, emailing. Why aren't you making an arrest? Why aren't you doing extradition? And when you said that, it all crystallized. It's not us. I'm betting it's not us. I agree with you. It's Mexico. When do we ever get a darn thing out of Mexico? Nothing.
Nancy, this goes on all over the world. And let me tell you, I spent years at International, in the Office of International Affairs, and Interpol.
It sounds terrible.
And I would travel halfway around the world. I would fly to Manila, or I'd fly to Bangkok or wherever for a single meeting, because OIA would send me, and they would tell me, we think you're the only one that can do it. we need you to go to Manila. We need you to talk with the Minister of Justice and ask them to get the paperwork in order for the extradition.
Mm-hmm.
We're waiting on this, just like we're waiting on this case. And I'd fly to the other side of the world and go and talk to the minister who called me by my first name and had for years. And we would sit down and discuss the case. And just like this case, it would be two Americans who are no longer in the country and they have issued a warrant, so they consider the case closed. They're not interested in extraditing.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm trying to take in what you're saying. So basically, once Mexico issues the arrest warrant, they're like, hey, it's on the U.S. Now listen to this, or I think that you're going to end up turning out to be right. Unlike Mexico and other Latin American countries, the U.S. does not have a law recognizing femicide as any different from homicide. And that doesn't mean that the killings are not deemed a homicide. But in the paperwork application, Mexico needs to charge it not as femicide, but as murder, straight out murder, so we can get, I guarantee you it's Mexico. I do not believe that authorities here would let this go unavenged. I just don't believe it.
So then why did they say later that it wasn't enough evidence? They should have just stuck to Mexico's femicide and us not acknowledging that. It's more to this whole thing.
No, Nancy, I'm telling you, I used to do this for a living. The Mexican, it's Americans involved. If it was an American killing a Mexican, there would be a lot of pressure on, they'd be doing whatever. They'd re-indict the case, however it was, to bring that person back down to have a trial. These are Americans, and they're gone. And they have issued a warrant. They haven't issued a red notice. They have issued the warrant.
What's a red notice? So basically, tell me, what is a red notice?
It's an international lookout. Let's say these people traveled to another country, left the United States and traveled to another country. And those people could be detained until Mexico. Let's say they went to Jamaica because they know they're wanted for murder in Mexico. And they went to Jamaica and they had red notices. The Jamaicans would detain them until the Mexicans government could bring them over. But since they're Americans, they just, there's no pressure. There's no public outrage. It's not.
And remember when I told y'all way back in 22, in the beginning of 23, that if Mexico's a poor country and they don't do anything for the femicides in their own country, why would we believe that they would be trying to do something for our country?
No public outrage in Mexico.
Correct.
So they don't care. So the only one that cares basically is Shanquella's family. Yes, you are.
It's just not a high priority. And what I would do.
That's the same thing.
Yes.
You've got a beautiful dead girl whose mother is crying, whose sister is crying. They're in Huntersville, North Carolina, and I find it very hard to believe that North Carolina authorities are not trying to find these people.
Yeah, why?
But the issue you believe is the extradition papers from Mexico?
Yes, I'm willing to bet on it. Because I would go and have meetings and explain to them the importance, how important it was to the United States. And I basically make a deal. If you submit the paperwork, we'll pay all the costs. We'll pay all the costs of the extraditions to come down. Many times when they'd agree, they'd look at me and say, you owe me now. Okay.
Wow. So there's been some backhand deals and stuff going on. Hi, Niall. Niall says, greetings, Queen. Peace, love, and balanced light. I sure miss you. So good to see you, and thank you so much for your tireless work. Yeah. I appreciate you for appreciating me, but yeah, haven't really. I've just been quiet on this because recently I just feel like I don't know. I don't know um, if there's even a purpose for us doing this since I see all the corruption in the world. You know, I almost feel like, is it even worth the time to try to rally people together to vote? To vote for what? If they want to fix it and rig it and make it change and put the people who they want to put in there, that's what they're going to do. Like, you know, I don't know. I'm just feeling, trying not to feel apathetic about the whole thing, but it's, it's difficult not to. Like, I don't, after seeing the things that's been revealed, it's almost like, what is the purpose? Like, what are we doing here? But I keep getting this nudging to say, like, keep talking, keep doing this, when I really just want to. I wish I could. I wish I can go back. It's like the Matrix. Once he was onto the ship, he was like, "There's no way to go. Yeah, can't go back." So it's kind of difficult when your eyes been open to go back. Niall says ingredients. Um, peace, love to Nancy. She's a powerhouse, a true queen in her own right. Thank you very much, Nancy. Yeah. I wanted to look over to see if she had put out anything new on this. No, there's been no new news. Highly Favor says you can clearly hear the switch in Nancy in the first video to the next one. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're getting to people and stuff. I saw the switch in the content creators too when excuse me. When this thing happened. Niall says, I keep saying it looks cold, like the type of thing that goes on in some of those colleges when it becomes vicious, the hazing that goes evil, this something so strange, bizarre, a sacrifice. Yeah. Niall says this has gone a long too far with evidence in everybody's face. Probable science. There has to be some really big folks behind the scenes. The shadow workers must look further than what is in your face. Yeah. Again, that's why I was like, the last month or so, I was like, whatever. I don't even know why I even came up here today and stuff. It's like, whatever they're going to do, they're going to do it, and you know, whatever. Whatever. Niall says, of course it was technique, and I said time and time again, it looked choreographed, a flavor of military or martial arts. This was not a street fight. And and orchestrated. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I totally agree. Yep. Let's see here. Let's show it to you real quick too. Uh-oh. Um, I was gonna call. I say, the 10 things that we could do to try to do something is staying informed. And again, like I said, every time I look, I don't see any new stuff. And advocate for transparency. I've seen like PM Channel. She's one that goes out there and try to get some information, stuff like that. And they just block. They just block you and stuff like that. Support the family. All of a sudden, people started attacking the family, and I haven't even really heard anything from the family. Like, they're quiet now too. Raise awareness. We've been trying to raise awareness and stuff, but the the shadow workers are, trying to keep a cover on that. Contact elected officials. We see how that didn't work because of, oh, little squirrel. The elected officials that are in charge in power now are, pro this. So it's almost like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm still just gonna do a little something here and there just to listen to the spirit that's saying I should do something. um, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I see him. I see him. I know what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show what you were saying here about the fight with the orchestrator and stuff. So let's see. We gotta just cue it up to a quick breakdown of the not the fight, the attack, the murder, how it happened. So. And of course, it's been broken down several times on this channel too. When it actually happened and stuff like that. Let's see, uh-oh. So you did. Let me see if I find it. Okay, so these are gonna be some little still photos here. Really, if you see from the beginning, like I was saying before, one of the reasons why I think that we didn't hear Shanquella screaming or anything is because the very first blows are going here to this neck area. It's my belief that this attacker here, the person that they're saying is Deja A. Jackson, attacked her larynx. Uh-oh. Attacked her larynx, and that's what silenced her. Because we didn't hear like a ouch or ooh ah, nothing. Something should have been said. But if this vocal area was taken out in the beginning, let me pull back so we can hear all of it. Then that would make sense to why we didn't hear any type of screams. So again, it gives credence to the fact that this was a trained person. That's why when they said months later that they were in a fight, I'm like, there's no way this person, whoever this is, totally did techniques in order to um, unalive Shanquella. This was not. Everything is planned, strategic, all that. All that. All right, so this is gonna be a breakdown, John Q. And then I'm gonna cut in and give my thoughts to it, point out stuff when we see it.
Yeah, we see it. Put a one in the chat, y'all. If y'all see that good.
Obviously, because of content, I don't want to have Miss Natural Beauty's channels struck with a negative. We'll be.
And again, you can see clearly from this picture that this is a male by the straight back and the high hips. And look, you can see this man has lifted Shanquella off of her feet. She's off feet off the floor there. That takes strength, right?
Somewhat blurry. Obviously, Shanquella is going to be somewhat covered, but everyone who's watched the video a number of times would pretty much know through the sequence I'm about to go through what they saw. Okay, good. We got ones popping up. Okay, so here the assault takes place. We believe it's in the morning based on the sunrise that's showing up on the back edge of the wall here in this particular area here. It was identified by not only myself and Miss Natural Beauty, but other YouTubers taking the
other YouTubers were saying that. Remember, we had people that was breaking down the time frames and all that stuff. Why did they start changing their story and start talking about, goofy stuff and or just stories and stuff. When in the beginning, before something happened to make people
Their time to examine
Hmm.
these photographs and still shots and videos properly in order for them to get intelligent information as to timeline, because that's what's most important in this whole sequence of events. So here the attack has commenced. We've seen that this attack went from one side of the room, which was the right-hand side where the sliding glass door is. And then we see the attack proceed by Dejanay Jackson to move Shanquella's body over to the left-hand side of the room. At the same time, too, we pick up someone with a cell phone actually recording this event
Look where them hits
occur.
at, way up there.
And in matching what's on the picture of the cell phone and the room itself, you can naturally see
Y'all
that
see
there is
that?
someone recording this event. This is not someone's face, such as FaceTime or anything like that. This, when you look at it and then pull back and then sequence it from the room, you'll see that they are identical pictures. Hence, we have someone recording this. We also have someone in the middle recording the main video, which we're watching which is being seen right now. So it leads to the fact, are there two recordings of this event? Answer, you can deduce yes. We just haven't seen the second one, the one over here. How much more recording was there? What happened thereafter? We don't know, up until they get to the point to release it. However, going back to this assault, coming over to the right-hand side of the room, we see Dejanay Jackson manipulating Shanquella in a very vicious forward attack to a point in the attack to where she begins to get close enough to
All right, again, straight back and look at the leverage, right? The leverage is on this back leg here. And I've said before, the way the skeleton is set up, that men walk with the weight on the back leg, and women is the opposite because we have the tilted pelvis. Walk with the weight on the front leg. And when you just being natural, your natural energy is going to show. So that's how you can see these are male movements. It moves like a man. If it looks like a duck and quack like a duck, it's a duck. Looks like a man, walks like a man, even sounds like a man. You can hear in the voice. Just like I was showing y'all earlier on that other video with the transgender talking. Even if we didn't see the picture, you can tell by the voice that that is a man. It's a man.
manipulate Shanquella's body. As you can see, Shanquella's head is bent over to the right.
At this point, she was like trying to get away from the person, right? And he is being strategic with where he's trying to place his hands after he chopped down her neck. I believe crushing her larynx so she wasn't able to make any sound. She can't say anything.
Away from Dejanay Jackson. What Dejanay decides to do is to manipulate Shanquella to get her around her body and around her head.
Look at that.
Here, you can also see with a bit more clarity the cell phone recording at the same time. So now she's up close and personal. She's controlling. And here's where the neck manipulation begins.
Okay. The person's getting set up here, right? Now watch the legs in the next field here. They're going to get into a fighting stance to leverage the body weight. At this time, they got her Shanquella in a choke hold. See the arm around the neck here.
And you can actually see this.
Wow.
Dejanay Jackson's head is down. Shanquella's head is just above hers. Shanquella's arm. Dejanay Jackson's arm is around Shanquella's neck at this point. Here.
All right, there we go.
Is where
wide fighting stance. I have a purple belt in Kempo karate. Anyway, this is the fighting stance. You make the wide stance like that way you can be kind of, more stable, give you a good foundation. And as you can see, look at Shanquella. Her body is twisted. This leg is twisted behind here and the neck here. This is the wringing of the neck. This is the ripping. This is the where the atlas luxation injury is taking place. Because she's gonna wring her neck. She's breaking her neck right here with this move here. He is breaking her neck with this move.
Where the manipulation of the head and neck is, and Dejanay now is getting ready to take her from one side of her body and toss her and throw her with powerful force to the other side. Once again, being recorded. So here she has her in a neck lock.
I think the recording of it is significant because these content creators keep mentioning the fact that it was being recorded. I believe that is highlighting the fact that that's part of the breaking of the law. There's some kind of law that is being broken here by them recording it. And maybe this is something that we can continue to push off to this here FBI in the United States with the Department of Justice to get justice, because it's a reason why they keep saying it. Like these content creators keep saying they recorded it. It was recorded. And he's mentioned it several times here. It's recorded.
On the left side of her body. And I've taken very careful still shots because I wanted to see exactly what she manipulated. Now the pull, twist, and throw begins here.
He even calls it.
This is what you have. Once we have Shanquella's back area here go across the screen, the atlas luxation injury begins. Here.
All right, again, look at this. This, you can totally tell this is a man, the straight back, and you can see a penis right here in these tighty whities. This is a man taking the life of Shanquella with his bare hands.
And you can literally see Dejanay Jackson's arm and hand positions around Shanquella's neck. Using the force and the weight of Shanquella's body was the point where the twist, turn, and pull was far easier to do because all she had to do was twist her head, pull it in the direction that she wanted it to go, and the body and the rest of the body follows.
Technique.
Like here. And now you can see the full manipulation. Shanquella's body way over now to the right-hand side. The buttock below the bedline. And Shanquella was airborne, literally airborne.
Yep.
On this twist and turn. So here you have where the atlas luxation was created.
And that's why we
right here.
This, y'all. This is horrible.
Once she released her, boom.
And then you can see how, look here, if y'all could zero in on it, you can see the vertebrae looking like a Jenga, it's all misaligned there. And also, look how far the neck, her head is hanging down. You can see that it's broke there. And the reason why she's not falling over is because the paralysis has taken place because the neck is broken and how she is sprayed out like in a an even position to where she's gonna just stay in that position. remember, I don't know if y'all remember or not, but like I said, 30 years of nursing experience, and I spent a lot of years working with quadriplegics, people that were paralyzed from the neck down from, gunshot injuries, all kind of different reasons why they were paralyzed from the neck down. And when you place their bodies in positions, they would, just be like that. Be like that.
She hits the floor.
You can't put your head
Now,
down.
Shanquella is now
Down, but
on her buttock.
the neck is extended out too much.
That slamming from being thrown.
This is not a natural position. Can't do that. And look at this person, right? Look at that. See, they're lunging to finish the job.
On her buttock, on her.
So when the people were saying, "Oh, I don't think that they meant to unalive Shanquella, they just wanted to humiliate her," that is a bowl of poo. Because what else did you expect to happen when you just snap the neck and you come over here to finish the job? You knew that this here was a fatal move. These were fatal blows, fatal moves.
Her tailbone created the second injury to her spinal column in the lumbar section.
See how far back her shoulders are?
Once that happened, and given no time at all,
he wrung her neck.
Agent A. Jackson proceeds to attack the back.
Look at that.
Of Shanquella's neck.
Making sure
and here you can actually see a 45-degree angle from the blade, from her shoulder blades here, and the neck position straight out toward the sliding glass window. This was a very brutal and vicious attack.
Yep.
And having both hands pressure her neck down from a rear attack only aggravated and, of course, created more injury to Shanquella's neck. This secured the atlas luxation here.
Yep. He made sure
because it doesn't take that much to pop a neck, especially forcing it down in this direction here. And then what she did afterwards was even far worse.
Right, look at that. Look how far down her body is bent, right? Remember that big knot on the side of her head? It's from this here kick to the head. He kicked her head like a soccer ball. He kicked her face. He kicked her head, and her back's already broken and bent down like that. This is not a position that a body could normally be in. This is bad. This is bad. There's no recovering from this. There's no getting back. This is body contorted, broken, fractured, bad. This is it here. This is it. So after her body hit the floor, set the clock for 15 minutes. According to the death certificate, 15 minutes after receiving these injuries, Shanquella was demised. Shanquella was gone. So all that Nazir talk about, he played the music and all that stuff, all lies. All lies. And there's no way that a doctor could have seen this body all damaged and contorted and not know that these were injuries. Not know that these were injuries. And in two, y'all, they gave us two different stories about the outcome. If a doctor came there and did CPR and all this stuff, and then too, the CPR wasn't even spoken about until, way later, how could the maid finder in this same seated position, and then there was a whole staff of, Red Cross workers doing CPR, right? So they already gave us actually three different endings to this here story. When, if we stick to the truth, which is the video, that's what we have to go by.
Because she kicked her on the left side of her head. And now you can see how far down, even further past the bed line, the top of the bed line, how far down Shanquella's body is.
Look at her feet and toes flexed up, right? Again, that's the paralysis. And the reason why she's not falling over is because look, this whole spinal stack is broken. And like I said before, once the paralysis set in, you know, she's just kind of stuck in that position like a, you know, big um, stuffed animal. But this here is broken up here, broken up here. There's no way that a person couldn't see injuries here. You, the back, everything. Look at that. Look at that. That's shoulders there and head way down there. And they tried to say there was no back injuries. We can see the back injuries here. Look here, shoulders, and look at the head. How can your head be down there but your shoulders are up here? This is impossible. This is the internal decapitation that they spoke about. That's the only way that this head could be down there and shoulders way back here.
Is how arched her back is. Look at the arch.
Thank you.
Look at this. You can see this with your own eyes. No one's back almost breaks to a 45-degree angle, but you see it here. And this is where the second injury came into play, even more so, with a continuous assault, because after she kicked her, she hit her several times even more in the face. And at the very end of this assault, we see Shanquella's arms pop up, almost like she was throwing her hand to remove hair from being in the front of her face to see if Dejanay Jackson was coming back for another attack. But it doesn't take that long.
And what he's trying to explain is those are neural moves. Like now I work with stroke patients and stuff. So that's, injuries to the brain. And there is a certain stiffness that happens when you have the paralysis and the nerve damage. So what we saw was her hands moving up like that because it's probably motion that was kind of already going through the nerves, but these were not purposeful movements. It was just the residual energy that was already flowing through. And you saw how stiff and mechanical it was, right? You're not seeing it on this because this is just some steel frames. But I just wanted to show you guys again these injuries. Like people that's concerned about, well, how do we know that this was what caused the demise? You can't be put in this position and we come back from this. This is not coming back from you. There's no return from this. There's no return from this. Like this, there's no, okay, now I just walk this off. No, there's no getting up from this. This is the fatal move. You're already gone. This person is gone. This is no. This is bye bye. Bye bye. Hey y'all, think I see some old folks coming up in here. Niall says, of course it was technique, and I said time and time again, it looked choreographed. Oh, I read that already. Yes, like military. Like I was saying, this you could totally tell these were, trained movements, trained movements, trained movements, trained movements. Yep, yep, yes it was. Yes, it was. And so I just want to quickly show this thing again. So now we can have it put in context. A little quick short. All right, so people was asking, why didn't Shanquella fight back? All right, so here this person is being confronted by these
Okay.
key people.
You want camera time? Get it.
You said what?
You want camera time? Get it.
Fuck camera time, bitch. Girl.
All right, then shut up. Then shut up. Then argue with a nigga. Argue with somebody that got balls, bitch. What are you talking about? As soon as you get hit from one of the niggas that came with me, nigga, I'm jumping in it. What? We jump up. Why is always the transgender trying to fight me? I'm not a nigga.
You said, why is always the transgenders trying to fight me? I'm not a nigga. Look at this. All full big old man here wanting to fight this woman. The same way they said Dejanay is 6 feet plus. Wanting to fight a woman. Wanting to take the life out of a woman. And they want to sweep it under the carpet because it's just a woman. People want to know why it should matter the gender of the person that took the life of Shanquella with their bare hands. Why is that important? Look at him.
Blueface have nothing to do with this. What the fuck? Get off my dick. Fucking don't got one. Like, for real. What are we doing? Again, you're a nigga.
You're a bitch.
That's a real nigga.
No, that's
a man. I'm a whole bitch. You upset? When a bitch say that, they be mad, crass. When they be mad, they give a fuck. Cameras, girl, you can come pull up.
Okay, and I got niggas.
He want to fight. Look at it. You can see by this big ass face that this is a man. Sabrina Marshall says, yes, they were certainly techniques used in that fight. It was a clean cut deletion. Exactly. That took a few seconds. It was less than 20 seconds. Highly Favored said, one DOJ is related to Elise Hyatt. The other DOJ is related to Kali. And that's probably, like the whole thing, you can tell that it was already planned out. That's why they were so confident coming back to tell the story, because they already knew, like, well, Mexico's not going to do anything about it. We could pay the people, to get our, our get out of jail free card. And we got people in the DOJ, and they were the ones that was saying how after they did their investigation and there was no evidence, that there wasn't enough evidence, right? So it's totally obvious that they have some type of help, that they've got some people on their side. Diane said, yeah, I heard DJ was a wrestler. And Donovan, yeah, wow, okay. Because it totally looked like wrestle moves to me. Wrestle, some type of martial art, some type of, trained fighting stuff. Betty, yeah, like, hey, Betty, says hello, beautiful RN. And everyone in chat, how are you all doing today? I'm, trying to, trying to stay focused on, there's God's side and the other side, and trying to stick on this here side too, so we could be the first to get justice for us women and stuff like that. It's just, we've got so much stacked against us, and it's just bad. It's just bad. Betty says, we want justice for Shanquella. Yes, we do. We do. Betty said, who dressed her? Nobody dressed her. It's just, I remember in the beginning when they said when they started making stories, they said that the Cabo Six dressed the body. And I was talking about how difficult it is to dress a paralyzed body, and how difficult it is to handle an injured body, because I also worked a lot of spent a lot of time working in trauma, in the critical care with trauma patients. So patients that have been in car accidents, shot, all kind of stuff. And handling and touching these bodies is not a fun, especially the fractures and stuff like that. It's not a fun experience. It's not a fun experience. It's not easy to do. So if they had already like purchased their little alibi or was able, to get out, I don't see them wasting time, spending time trying to dress a body to stage the scene. For what? They never thought that they was going to have to explain it. Remember, they said alcohol poisoning. So why would they try to dress the body? There would be no reason to do that. No reason to do that. No reason to do that. Let's see here. I want to show. I know some of these things may not seem like it has anything to do with this, but it does. It plays off into how they are protecting these men and don't really give a hoot about women. All right, so um, I wanted to show y'all that somebody had said something about it looked like it was trained fighters. You see, Betty says, "Where are all the photos at? Which photos?" See, Betty said the family should be ashamed of themselves. The family? What, what you talking about, Betty? So sad. The family was to be ashamed about what? Betty says her body was moved a couple of times. Oh, okay. Here we go. It was a cover up. Betty, wow. Empress Sharon says, "Hi there, all around at your beauty. Happy New Year. Stopping by to show support. Love the light. Thank you." That's what I'm saying. Let me go back here to these ones here. Betty got a lot to say up here in pushing this narrative. Wow. Least expect. And that's another reason why too I wasn't saying anything. I was like trying to wait to, to the coast be clear, to all these trolls and stuff will be gone, or the people that's trying to, keep the confusion and all that stuff out there. And but shoot. Salute. Oh, what's up, D? Here's a new name. Lord God, this baby suffered. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. It was horrible, And with the videos, with the audio, I mean, you could hear the licks. It was horrible. 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 Yes, she did suffer. And which is one of the reasons why I continue to, go ahead and talk about this situation, because women need, where are women safe at? We're not safe any place around the world because they have all this abuse towards women and they allow men to get away with it. And the United States is no different. No different at all. No different at all. Nola says catching the replay. All right, I check you out on the replay. Shout out to Nola. All right. Yeah, I probably gonna be talking for a little minute too. I'm going all around the world and stuff, and I'm just kind of using some of y'all comments to, pick up some different videos stuff to go back on there. Empress says you are definitely speaking true. I've been feeling it as well. Yeah. Thank you. All right, got some greatness to highly favored. What's Betty talking about? Betty said the girl they want to fight is famous. want to find it. Hmm. Good word. Oh, you got some greetings. All right, more greetings. All right, let's see here. Sabrina says, I think someone lied on that second autopsy compared to this video because they can see how the injuries happened based on the first autopsy. Okay, great point. Great point. That's why I say that, in the beginning, they kept trying to stop you from watching the video, right? And the reason why I believe is because when they came out with these fake autopsies and said, "Oh, we didn't see any back injuries. We didn't see those kind of injuries at all." If we didn't see continue to see the video or even photos of it, like you can see here, we didn't play the video. We just watched photos where you can clearly see these injuries. So how were they not able to do that? But that's why they wanted us to stop. They wanted us to stop, and they started putting these shadow bans on there because so many people, and even still now, people are very interested and very concerned that it's been a year and still no justice. Yeah. So, yep, that's why I say we always have to stick to the truth, the math and the science, which are the video and the death certificate, right? The death certificate, the death certificate, where my shadow death certificate? The death certificate is the only official document that lists the cause of death. Let's see here. Where my paper at? Right? Just like a birth certificate, you only get one. So by them having two autopsies, those are just papers and stories to distract you because you only are, deceased ones and you only are born ones. So you only get one birth certificate and one death certificate. So the rest of the stuff is just ways to have people confused because Mexico's autopsy says something different versus the FBI's autopsy, right? So, and that's why. Let's see here. I got a little something here that I um, speak on about that. But if you do your Google research, you can see that a death certificate and an autopsy are two different things, right? And then two, why did their autopsy come out months, almost a half a year later to talk about why did it come out almost a half a year later with information saying that it wasn't enough information, enough evidence? Why did it take them all that time? Here we go. All that time to determine that, right? So it says a death certificate and an autopsy are two different things. A death certificate is an official document issued by a medical practitioner or coroner that records the details of a person's death, including the date, time, and location and cause of death. It is usually required for legal and administrative purposes such as settling the estate of the deceased, obtaining life insurance benefits, or for statistical data. On the other hand, an autopsy is a medical examination performed by a pathologist to determine the cause of death. An autopsy can provide a detailed analysis of the deceased person's organs, tissues, and bodily fluids to determine the cause of death. It can also identify any underlying medical conditions that may have contributed to the person's death. And remember, at one point, they were trolls were coming, putting in the chat that Shanquella was in a car accident and had some back injuries. Like they kept trying to give alternative reasonings for her demise, right? But I say to that is that in the beginning of the video, we saw Shanquella standing upright. So, we saw her already standing upright and, you without the aid or assistance of any type of stabilizing device. She was standing upright independently on her own. So while a death certificate records the cause of death, an autopsy is a medical procedure that investigates the cause of death. So the death certificate already indicated a cause of death and it gave a life expectancy after receiving the injuries of 15 minutes. So technically, the autopsies that Mexico and the United States did should only have investigated the cause of death, which was listed as at severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation. So the rest of this mumbo jumbo stuff that they was putting out there was, just distractions, just a way to keep us. Oh, but Mexico said that, and but the U.S. said she didn't even have. And then actual people were getting on their channels saying that she didn't even have a back injury. Like they were just planting crap for people to go over, and some of those people channels are monetized. Anyway, back to this here. It says, so while a death certificate records the cause of death, an autopsy is a medical procedure that investigates the cause of death. In some cases, an autopsy may be required to determine the cause of death, especially when the death is sudden, unexpected, or suspicious. So, an autopsy technically didn't even need to be rendered because the death certificate stated the cause of death, and Shanquella's family never disputed, never questioned the cause of death that they received on the return of her body with the death certificate. And if Mexico did their autopsy as they stated hours after Shanquella's body, after her demise, why did it take them more than 4 months to release the findings of that autopsy? Why? 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 So sometimes if you just kind of, look at stuff with a critical thinking, it's super easy to stay focused on the truth, right? And to see that these are just lies put out there to distract you. Put out there to distract you, right? So the death certificate was never in question. And it had been standing alone for months. The news reported on it, Nancy Grace reported on it, everybody was reporting on it and accepting the fact that the death certificate stated that she expired from severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation. Like, what, 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 what? What? So, let's see if I got some stuff over here about, like I said, when we talk about these key people up in here, other reasons why they are putting this here. Oh, it's over here. Betty says boycott Mexico. Right, we was talking about that last year. That's last year's news. We need to boycott America, right? That's huge. It's not just Mexico. Betty. Yeah, I want to go back to some of these old videos and see some of these comments that folks were saying back then. Now, people is popping out. Reveal yourself. See, D. Omen Zari says, was the embalming done in Mexico? I feel that there was such a rush to have a funeral, especially in a case like this. So, okay, where's the video at? All right, so the timeline, okay, the timeline for that was, okay, so I don't know if we know when the embalming was done, but that has nothing to do with the death certificate. It has nothing to do with the death certificate. The death certificate listed the injuries as severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation. And if her body got back on the 9th, and I think the funeral was on the 18th, that's not really a rush to a funeral. And she had almost been, deceased for, 3 weeks at that by that time. So um, I don't know. I think I disagree with you on the rush to the funeral. Um, if she got back on the 9th, and then the funeral was like 9 days later and stuff. What's up, little Jessica? Going on? All right. See, Betty is saying hi to Jessica to cover up. Yes, we agree on that being a cover up. We agree. Let's see. I think I laughed. Yeah, I think they showed it on this one. The timelines being off, just like that. So yeah, these timelines are totally off, totally off. Wow. And for the simple fact that, like I said, nothing's done for domestic violence or any of those things for women is the reason why. Is the reason why nothing's being done for Shanquella. And then two, it's a lot. It really is a lot. It really is a lot. Okay, so we're gonna go back here to April, and let's listen to what Sue Ann Robinson was saying. Because when she got back from her fact finding mission, she was the one that brought back Mexico's autopsy. Yet she never compared the death certificate or presented the death certificate. It was just Mexico's autopsy. All right. This is something else, so let's see what this is. Just only a minute. But this is during that time frame. I just said Shanquella Robinson, U.S. prosecutors were not bring charges in the murder case. All right, so this was, let's see if we get a date on this. I don't know why they go back to this here view.
More breaking news now at noon, just into the newsroom. Federal prosecutors will not bring charges in the death of Shanquella Robinson. That announcement coming just minutes after federal authorities met with Robinson's family at the Charlotte FBI headquarters. In a statement from the U.S. Attorney and the FBI, the Fed said there was not enough evidence to bring charges. Robinson died in October last year while on a trip to Mexico with friends. WBTV reporter Brandon Hamilton is at FBI headquarters. You just heard from him minutes ago. He will be at a news conference with Robinson's family set to start at 1:30 this afternoon. That news conference will stream live across platforms, WBTV's platforms, including our news app and the WBTV Facebook page. We're posting the latest right now. You may have just gotten alerted on your WBTV news app about this story and this breaking news that no charges will be filed. Again, you can continue to follow along the app and us here on air and online for those latest updates.
Wow, so this is
more breaking news now at noon.
Disappeared from being on a platform to just this Microsoft thing over here. Interesting. There was a movie called The Truman Show. I don't know if I've made reference to that before in the past, right? Sometimes this kind of feels like that, especially when I'm looking at this stuff and I go back and see, it's almost like they were, all this stuff is fake and they're trying to pull the wool over our eyes. This, something else there. I'm trying to find the one video with, I believe, the fake. Yeah, this is it. All right. Here is the video. With what I believe is a fake former prosecutor. All right, so it says former prosecutor offers expert analysis on Shanquella Robinson's case. Right, and this here was April 15th of 2023.
Reason after a surprising decision. Yesterday, we brought you breaking news in the Shanquella Robinson case. Her family's attorney confirmed U.S. prosecutor.
WBTV. Where is that at? Is this? Oh, okay, so this is the Charlotte, North Carolina news. So somebody had said earlier that Department of Justice people had connection with some Cabo 6 people. Could it be possible that this is all staged here too? Like this isn't real news? Like this is just some stage stuff? Let's really listen to this.
Prosecutors will not pursue criminal charges in connection to her death after she died while on vacation in Cabo, Mexico.
Because aside from Charlotte, North Carolina, who else said that? Did we hear this from anybody else?
Last October. This comes despite video showing Robinson involved in an assault. The investigation left conflicting autopsies from Mexico and U.S. officials. WBTV reached out to the Mexican.
Why didn't he talk about the death certificate? They're talking about the conflicting autopsy. See how they're purposely leaving stuff out?
Government today about the U.S. declining to file charges. Mexico offered no comment. This latest turn in the saga left her family disappointed. And now we're left wondering what's next. Today, our Lowell Rose spoke with a former federal prosecutor talking about what got us to this point and if it's possible for the case to go much further. Here's part of their conversation.
The FBI has released their statement indicating that they don't plan on filing any charges after investigating Shanquella's case. So we're here today. We're disappointed, but we're not deterred.
Ms. King's press release from the United States Attorney's Office.
All right, let's see this body language one more time. Let's go back a little bit. Because after they got involved, it's when all of a sudden stuff started getting shut down. Because Benjamin Crump and Sue Ann Robinson didn't get into the picture until, it was a while after this case was already gone.
The FBI has released their statement.
Is that a smile? Look at this.
The FBI has released their statement indicating that The FBI has released their statement indicating that they don't plan on filing any.
And then you see that confidence.
Charges after investigating Shanquella's case. So we're here today. We're disappointed, but we're not deterred.
Ms. King's press release from the United States Attorney's Office, I think, spoke pretty clearly that they just don't have sufficient evidence to bring federal charges. And when you look at the medical examiner's report, which you all have put on your website, WBT.
See there? Everything is in this neat little burrito packaging with North Carolina. Everything's there. Nothing is national. Nothing is national. This is probably fake.
TV's website in full. Dr. Owens.
Look at that. No fractures are seen on the posterior of the spinal column. And we got some words missing here. I think I got this here too, because what is there? Any disruption of the spinal column alignment or subluxation. I don't know what some words are not off in there.
Narrative sets forth clearly.
Oh, she said narrative. Key word. Let's go back and listen. This bitch lying.
His office, I think, spoke pretty clearly that they just don't have sufficient evidence to bring federal charges. And when you look at the medical examiner's report, which you all have.
Y'all have seen the medical examiner's report. Why haven't you mentioned the death certificate? He's trying to convince us.
I've put on your website, WBTV's website in full.
Where else could this be found? Everything is going through their channel that they are controlling.
Dr. Owens' narrative sets forth.
She said Dr. Owens' narrative. That's a story. Narrative.
Forth clearly that he cannot attribute a cause of death. He cannot opine as to why Ms. Robinson died. If a prosecutor, whether it's in state court in a murder case or in federal court in a murder case, doesn't have an expert, does not have a forensic pathologist.
Look how she keeps closing her eyes. More body language that these are lies. This heifer is lying.
Pathologist who can get on the stand and opine.
I throw these words out there to confuse people.
Attribute a cause of death. He cannot opine as to why Ms. Robinson died. If a prosecutor, whether it's in state court in a murder case or in federal court in a murder case, doesn't have an expert, does not have a forensic pathologist who can get on the stand and opine as to the cause and manner.
And all that blinking too. Other states, other indications of somebody lying. Look at all that blinking, heavy blinking. Let's go back and watch her. This body language.
That he cannot attribute a cause of death. He cannot opine as to why Ms. Robinson died. If a prosecutor, whether it's in state court in a murder case or in federal court in a murder case, doesn't have an expert, does not have a forensic pathologist who can get on the stand and opine as to the cause and manner of death, you can't prove a murder case. So
listen to these words, these final words and stuff. You cannot. This doesn't sound like a prosecutor.
Based upon Dr. Owens' opinions or lack of opinion.
See, now it was his narrative, then it's opinion. So these aren't even facts. She knows this is baloney. It's his opinion.
Opinions as to Ms. Robinson's cause of death and how she died, there is an essential element that the government simply cannot meet to bring a murder charge. And it's unfortunate. But I see where the U.S. Attorney's Office is coming from once I read that medical examiner's report. In my opinion, I think the chances for a federal prosecution are over.
See there? Look at that. It's over. Look at her face. Stop trying to do anything with this. They want us to stop. Look at her face. Absolutely no hope, no help. You hear those keywords? His narrative, his opinion. These are key words, y'all. She's letting you know she's lying.
I believe Ms. King's office spoke
Look
to
there.
it.
More blink, more eyes closed. Oh my goodness.
Obviously, this case, as any case that involves the murder of...
See, she with that M word, she said murder. If he couldn't opine to the cause of death, why did you just say her murder? Why did you call it a murder? Because that's what they do. They take the truth, they take the lies and slip in a partial truth, right? The truth, like I said, the truth, the truth is always there. So you can't totally eliminate the truth, but they could tell enough lies to where people are confused and you lose track of the truth. But she called it a murder. Let's go back a little bit.
King's office spoke to it. Obviously, this case, as any case that involves the murder of an American citizen by another American citizen in a foreign country, that is going to be escalated to the highest levels at the Department of Justice.
And they want us to believe that it's been escalated to this highest level so we don't do anything. Like, oh, well, the highest level, look, they couldn't do anything. But you just called it a murder. You called it what it was.
So I think the chances for a federal prosecution, absent new evidence coming to light, I think the hopes for a federal criminal prosecution are completely extinguished.
Wow. See that? See that? So they want us to stop. That's why those 10 things that we can do by keep pushing it up over and over and over, up, leveling it up. She don't want us to try to get a federal prosecution. She wants us to keep it to the state and accept the fact that the state say, hey, we can't do nothing. But just like I've said before, y'all can Google this too, the death certificate is the official document that certifies the person's death. Autopsies are just examinations, and everybody doesn't get an autopsy, but everybody gets a death certificate, just like everybody gets a birth certificate. You're only born once, and you only leave out of this world once. That's it. So they're trying to distract us with these autopsies. Look at this heifer. They trying to, hey, don't go to the federal because, hey, it's not going to work. That's not even how a prosecutor talks. The prosecutor is always hopeful, always encouraging. When have you heard a prosecutor to be like, hey, look, it's cut and dry. There's nothing you can do. Do not try to get any justice. It's not enough evidence. And she never mentioned the death certificate once. They didn't talk about it.
There's not going to be any state jurisdiction because it did happen in Mexico. So I'm sure at this point, Ms. Robinson's family and her lawyers are probably assessing whether or not a civil case could be viable.
See, they tried to just chop it down and go for a civil case and just, leave it at that. Don't get no justice. The only justice you can get is try to see what kind of money you can get out of these people.
Against the people that they believe to be responsible for Ms. Robinson's death. And I am confident that it's very frustrating for Ms. Robinson's loved ones.
Look at her. She's holding back a smirk.
have video of her being assaulted, and it seems like no one's being held accountable. But the statute that allows for federal prosecution is in this type of scenario is very specific, that the government has to prove that there was a killing. And without a forensic pathologist to get on the stand and say there was an intentional homicide and this.
Not true. The death certificate states exactly what the cause of death was. These are lies, and she's trying to distract us and to deter us from seeking the truth.
This is the cause of death. The United States Attorney's Office's hands are tied. They really don't have a case to bring.
When have prosecutors said our hands are tied? They'll hold a case for years. They never just say, oh, well, this is totally cut and dry, no, nothing. Let it go. Only these North Carolina people this is what they're doing. And they're trying to get us to be like, oh, okay, yeah, well, and not level it up. Don't even try to go for federal because, as long as if we can't get a pathologist, why? The only reason why they would need to get an autopsy is if the death certificate was in question, and it was never in question. You've never heard Shanquella people say, we don't know if the death certificate is right. And two, we see the injuries from the video match up to what's listed on the death certificate. That's what's cut and dry. Look at her face.
Because they cannot prove the elements of a murder in federal court.
Look at that, end with a smile. See? She got her little speech out together. All right, there we go. That's it.
Some helpful context to all of this. WBTV News continues to closely monitor any new developments in the Shanquella Robinson case. You can follow our coverage constantly on air, our social media pages, and our website, WBTV.com.
All right, let's
on your side tonight looking for.
Let's see if WBTV has said anything recently on this. WBTV. Let's just take a peeky peek over there and see. What they've said. Oh, this is weather. I'm curious. Oh, okay. Oh, let me show you. Share with y'all. We just gonna scroll down, see if they fit closely what they've been doing here. All right, we have the WBT News, just like I thought, Charlotte, right? They only have 15,000 subscribers? Wow. This thing seems rigged. I don't need these people. Let's see. They got a playlist for Shanquella. Oh, okay, here we go. A playlist for Shanquella. Let's see what that looks like.
Her name has made headlines nationwide. It's been more than 4 months since the Charlotte native went on a trip with friends to Cabo, Mexico. Okay. She didn't return home alive. Mexican authorities have ruled her death a femicide or murder. The FBI also investigated.
The death of a Charlotte woman while on vacation has the attention of federal investigators, but several questions remain about what happened to Shanquella.
This is sick.
Shanquella Robinson died last October in Mexico while on a trip with friends. Her father is now.
The Department of Justice will not pursue criminal charges in the death of Shanquella Robinson. WBTV first broke that news to you.
Family of Shanquella Robinson tells WBTV they are encouraged after a meeting this morning at the White House. The Charlotte native's family and supporters held a rally pushing for federal authorities to prioritize an extradition request from the Mexican government. Just last month, U.S. authorities announced
she said it was hopeful.
The family of Shanquella Robinson tells WBTV they are encouraged after a meeting this morning at the White House. The Charlotte natives.
Listen to these words that they're using too. Encouraged. I don't trust none of these people.
The family and supporters held a rally pushing for federal authorities to prioritize an extradition request from the Mexican government. Just last month, U.S. authorities announced there would be no federal charges filed in her death. Our Brandon Hamilton, who has been following this story of Shanquella Robinson's death from the very beginning, has more tonight from Washington, D.C.
I need justice for somebody. Yeah. Somebody need to be arrested for this.
Justice for Shanquella Robinson.
Said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. She needed help then, and she needs help now.
Ringing out once again in our nation's capital. Shanquella's family, their attorney Sue Ann Robinson, attorney Ben Crump, and activist Tamika Mallory speaking Friday after their nearly hour-long meeting inside the White House.
The White House was very clear with Director Steve Benjamin looking into her eyes, saying that we care about what happened to your daughter, and we're going to do everything in our power to help you all get some sense of justice.
Family.
Wow, that didn't even sound like anything. That sounds like mumbo jumbo. Listen to that. This is mumbo jumbo.
Director Steve Benjamin looking into her eyes, saying that we care about.
We care. He ain't said nothing here. They just gave. Oh my goodness.
Steve Benjamin looking into her eyes.
After their nearly hour-long meeting inside the White House.
The White House was very clear with Director Steve Benjamin looking into her eyes, saying that we care about what happened to your daughter, and we're going to do everything in our power to help you all get some sense of justice.
Some sense of justice. Did you hear that? Not justice, but some sense of justice. Listen to what he said. This is wordplay, y'all. Listen. They hurting them.
With Director Steve Benjamin looking into her.
Who is Steve
White
Benjamin?
House.
The White House was very clear with Director Steve.
The White House was very clear, right?
Benjamin looking into her eyes, saying that we care about what.
With the director looking into her eyes, saying that we care.
Happened to your daughter, and we're going to do everything in our power to help you all get some sense of justice.
Family says they feel encouraged.
Wow, even these words. This is.
Well, it gives me hope. You know, I feel really good about it. It gives me hope to keep going.
This renewed hope. A month after the FBI announced no federal charges would be filed in Shanquella's October 29th death in Cabo, Mexico. Mexican authorities have issued an arrest warrant, naming one person as a direct aggressor in her death. Attorney Sue Ann Robinson claims proper protocol was not followed.
The FBI should have been involved from the beginning if they had taken it seriously, but they did not. It was the people, it was social media, it was individuals, it was Black women all across the country, all across the world.
Reporting in Washington, D.C., Brandon Hamilton, WBTV, on your side.
All right. 7 videos. That's all they got is 7 videos. They don't even have 30 minutes worth of content on Shanquella Robinson from this here Charlotte news. Wow. Wow. Let's see what their timeline is talking about.
Welcome back. We are on your side with tonight's cover story. Shanquella Robinson, it's a name you've heard on WBTV for a few weeks now. Tonight at 6, we told you her family and community leaders are holding a rally to spread awareness about her death. The 25-year-old went to Mexico with her friends, people she trusted, and she never made it back home to Charlotte. She was dead within 24 hours of landing in Cabo. The mystery surrounding Shanquella's death has garnered national attention. Civil rights activist and daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Bernice King, posted the hashtag Shanquella Robinson on social media. Celebrities have even donated to a GoFundMe page for her family. It has raised nearly $400,000. We know a lot
And that was back in December. Maybe we should reach back out to these celebrities and stuff to let them know that, hey, we see y'all took an interest, when this first happened. Are you guys aware that nothing's happening, that they're not giving any justice here?
A lot of you have been following this case.
Yeah.
There have been several developments these past few weeks. So we want to walk you through the timeline of how this story has unfolded.
Shanquella flew from Charlotte to Cabo, Mexico, October 28th. She died on October 29th. On November 11th, our Brandon Hamilton sat down with both of Robinson's parents. They say her friends told them that Shanquella died of alcohol poisoning, but
November 11th.
They didn't believe that.
We received the autopsy report on Thursday, and it said that her neck had been broke and she had a spinal cord was cracked. So that took it to a whole nother level.
5 days later, the FBI confirmed with WBTV a viral video was referred to them. It is graphic and shows an apparent fight. We've blurred some parts, but Shanquella's parents say it is her in the video. A day after the FBI said they had this video, Mexican authorities confirmed with us that they were investigating Robinson.
Okay, let's see if we can see the date on this. All right, it's Spanish. Let's see here. All right, this was on 16th of November, this here document from Mexico. Now, remember, Mexico supposedly had an autopsy that was dated October the 30th. So why did that not show up? This is how you can see it's lies, y'all. This here document from Mexico is dated November the 16th. 16th day of November of 2022. See? That's what I'm saying. You go back to the beginning. Because when they tell the lies, they're not aware of the truth that's already out there.
Since death as a killing. A day later, the FBI officially opened an investigation into Shanquella's death.
Now, a day later, the FBI officially opens the investigation. So if they just opened the investigation a day later, why did they do an autopsy? Why? That's how this is fake. This is fake.
November 19th, hundreds attended Shanquella's funeral at Macedonia Baptist Church. Activist Tamika Mallory spoke at the service, promising to help solve the mystery of her untimely death as her family awaits answers.
Losing a loved one in the heinous way in which has happened to Shanquella, there probably will never be peace for them, but there cannot just be an unopened situation.
A few days later, WBTV confirmed Mexican authorities issued an arrest warrant for a still unnamed person in connection to Shanquella's death. It's reportedly one of those friends that traveled with her. Mexican authorities.
Okay, so this was November 23rd. Mexico still ain't released their autopsy that was supposedly done October the 30th, right? They released their arrest warrant for an unnamed person, right? Remember the whole little interrogation and the interview or whatever that they had that supposedly took place before then? Why is that not released? That's how y'all should see that it's fake.
Authorities are now trying to extradite that person back to their country to face charges.
And joining us now live in studio is Mario Black. He is the founder of the Million Youth March of Charlotte and Salisbury. Thank you for being here.
Anyway, we wanted to go to their site to see what kind of news that they
WBTV First Alert Weather. Charlotte's.
Sorry. We wanted to see, what they were doing. So we see that they have 7 videos, and the last one was months ago. What's up? D says, with regards to another autopsy. Okay, that was up there, the question. no other autopsy is needed because the death certificate is the only official document and it clearly states the cause of death. It actually gives a life expectancy after receiving the injuries of 15 minutes. So the rest of this stuff, they're trying to just get us distracted. They're trying to spin us around and get us dizzy to where we're like, is the truth over here? Do that truth? You see the truth, when the truth is right there in our face. Severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation. Period. All right. And see, D says, remember they were going to exhume the body to do a third autopsy. Again, another waste. Another unnecessary waste of time. Betty says, Black women are so devalued. True, true, true. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that they're not giving any justice to Shanquella, because she's a Black woman. Betty say, got away with murder. They're trying to get away with murder, but that's why we still here. Where's Ben Crump? Sabrina saying some greetings to the people there. Betty says one of the parents' last name is King. Oh, isn't that interesting? Like I said, I don't trust nothing coming out of South Carolina at all. At all. At all. Betty says the Kings, are they related? Wait a minute, didn't you just, so you're answering your own question here? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Leslie? Leslie Bean says, well, Sandra Harrison is Khalid Cook's mother's first cousin. The DOJ is, and Khalid Cook has the same grandmother with a twin sister. Thank you, Leslie. Yeah, I'm pretty suspicious of all of the people in the North Carolina stuff, the FBI, all of them. I believe they are all part of the cover up, and that's why they put those stories out there so people could just be like, oh, okay, and move on, And they keep trying to, like I said, shadow everybody from continuing to talk about this when you can see that people are still like, hey, what's going on with Shanquella? Like, why is there no justice? People are still looking for that. But listen to what they're saying and stuff. Like you can hear it. Yeah, you can hear it. Leslie says, no, it's not. It's a conflict of interest because Khalid Cook's mother and Sandra Harris is first cousins. Conflict of interest. Huh? That's what I'm saying. We need to get some federal stuff up in here. Some federal stuff. Yeah. See, Leslie says, when y'all get a chance to go to Cafe of Knowledge, she got all proof. Cafe of Knowledge, all proof. All proof. All proof. 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 The video is the only proof that we. Hey, what's up? PM Channel says salute at all around Attributi RN, all in the chat. Good to see you. Cafe Announce. I don't think we've ever did one of her videos. Let's go ahead and do that since we've got some representatives over here. And I might be opening up the Jokey Smurf box again. But all right. I'm really. Let's see here. Cafe Announce got all proof. Let's see here. Oops, let me go look in these boxes. Alrighty, let's see here. All right, here's something that's fair, just only a few hours ago. Is this supposed to be called, what you say the thing was? All the proof? Is that the name of it? Let's see, the first one. trying to find some of these super shorts. All right, we'll put one on here and we'll see. But if I see bones and stuff like that, so those of you who are going to be upset if I start pointing out some bones, get ready to get upset. Let's see here. Let's see here. Which one should pick one, y'all, that we'll put on there. So, put in the chat which one we should go over. Let's see here. Leslie says they are related to Kylie Cook. That's Cook's mother, first cousin, same grandmother. Like, these are, to me, distractions. Like, who cares about all this stuff? The fact of the matter is that we see on the video Shanquella getting the life taken out of her by the person that they're saying is Dejanay Jackson. And these people, I guess this matters because this is the reason why they're trying to keep this all concealed. People, they all are working together in cahoots. DOJ, Dina Jackson is related to Elise. Okay. That's a little reading up in there. Let's see here. Sabrina says, we all know that Shanquella went to Mexico as a healthy 25-year-old, alive and well. She came back in the box, and we saw the video. Make it make sense. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Facts, math, and science. I am anxiously awaiting for a civil case to begin. This family needs real help from criminal attorneys with seasoned investigators. The truth must be uncovered. I agree with you. That's why I'm saying something else needs to happen. If their state people aren't going to pursue a case, it needs to be moved up. Like, there's, something federal. And that's why I think they were trying to distract us from seeking the justice. These videos are way too long. If y'all want to go see some proof or facts, go right on over here to the Cafe of Knowledge. Hey, it's all over there. But over here, sticking to the math, facts, and math and science and all that stuff. And so I don't know. I don't see what is supposed to be over here. Betty says, no drama. Where them folks don't care about the black women. Let me move up here. I must have skipped over something. Betty says, that's what I was asking. Okay. Where's Oprah and Gail? Yeah. Yeah. Good one. Let's see here. Okay. At PM channel, go to Cafe Knowledge proves that DOJ and Kylie Cook mother is first cousin. Oh, that's what you're talking about with twin sisters. That's conflict of interest. And how do we get this to the news? Okay, so I guess that's what you would go over there for. I'm really not wanting to care about using that. But hey, if y'all need to know for sure that the people are related, I guess one of these is saying that. Let me see here. I don't know, this seems like a distraction to me. All right, here's a whole channel with all this Shanquella stuff. So happy investigating or listening and all that good stuff. Cafe or not, I'm gonna drop the thing in. I don't think that's gonna be a link. That ain't gonna be a link. Yeah, that ain't. Let me see here. Probably gotta click on one of these videos.
Hello, family. How is everybody doing today? I hope everyone is fine. Thank you all for coming in today. Shout out to my moderators, awesome moderators. thank y'all so much for everything that y'all do on the platform. Also, thank you to all our subscribers, new subscribers, old subscribers, viewers, replay people. Thank you so much for the replay. Thank y'all. We're sending love to all of y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. As y'all see the title say, major conflict of interest in the Shanquella Robinson's case. Yeah, I think it's time for us to talk about this, family. Yes, it is a major conflict of interest in Shanquella's case. Okay, now this video here, I'm gonna get right on into it. Please, people, get your pen and your paper so you don't get lost. We don't mind you replaying the video so you can get an understanding. Thank you for that. Thank you, Replay Gang, again. But you're really gonna need to kind of follow me as you can write things down as I talk, because some people might have a hard time following this conflict of interest, okay? Because it's a lot that you have to pay attention, understand, and you have to have a memory so that you will know where I'm going with this, okay? So this video, it don't give out any address, it don't give out any home address, it don't do anything like that. So first of all, let me put this up here right quick. It says our disclaimer, okay? This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of Copyright Acts of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use. Fair use for purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use for research, okay? Yes, let me read that again. For the purpose such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research.
Ditto.
Fair use
Right.
is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit goes directly to its rightful owner. This video is purposely for fair use, opinion, and entertain. Okay, so now that we done got that wave, okay, let's go on to this. See, I don't know if people know about our statements that they say pledge allegiance in the United States. But in there, it does say something because, see, it's my duty to report anything that I see wrong or that I see that has criminal activities going on or anything like that, right?
Okay.
So by me being a citizen of the United States, I see something criminal, so I feel like I need to say something about it, okay? I see some funny activities here, okay? Now, unlawful activities, let's put it that way, family, okay? Now, as you see, this is the United States, and this is their allegiance, right? This is their allegiance, okay? So let's go right here to this. I just want to go to that bottom part, okay? Right here. It says, for which it stands, one nation, under God, individual, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so it says for liberty and justice for all. But in this case, for Shanquella, it's not liberty and justice for all due to conflict of interest. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out because, see, the people that's involved in this, it's supposed to be upholding that statement right there. See, that's what's tripping me out. They supposed to uphold that statement. Why is it, or why wasn't it upheld? So let's go on right here, family. This is the Cowboy 6. Let me give y'all a quick rundown right quick, so y'all will see the conflict of interest. Major conflict of interest, okay, in Shanquella's case. Now, this is the Cowboy 6, and October of 2022, October the 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, they were supposed to have been taking this trip to Cabo, which they all did go to Cabo, Mexico, all of them. You see up here, it says wanted. That's Dejanay Jackson. She was seen brutally attacking Shanquella Robinson in a video.
Yep.
That video went viral. Millions and millions and millions of views saw that attack. And she attacked Shanquella while she was in the nude, okay? Early in the morning.
All right.
In Cabo, Mexico.
Okay.
Where they supposed to have been on a so-called birthday vacation, okay? All that was a setup. But anyway, in that viral video, you do see Dejanay Jackson attacking Shanquella Robinson. Very beautiful. Okay? And then
I can see I already liked and subscribed to the channel here.
You have Winter Donovan, Nigel Wiggins, Khalil Cook, Malik Dyer, and Elise Hyatt, who was also in the room while this woman here was brutally attacking Shanquella. And then you hear Malik Dyer right here says, Quilla, you gonna at least fight back? Are you gonna at least fight back? Something. Okay? Shanquella clearly says in that video that we saw of her being attacked, she said no. So then Khalil Cook.
The only thing is that I don't think that was Shanquella that said no. Because the voice sounded like it was coming from someplace else. And then, like I said, I think that Dejanay attacked her larynx and her, because how could she be receiving all those painful blows and then just casually say no? We would have heard some type of other noise to indicate being in an attack, some screams or something. So I think it was this here light skinned chick that said no. I don't believe that was Shanquella that said no.
Cook says at least something.
Yeah.
So they want her to try to
and then too the term at least fight back. Why did they say that? Like at least. That's what makes me feel like it was already planned and staged out. Why should she at least fight back? Like, you're about to be put out of here, but can you at least fight back?
Defend herself while she's being attacked, and she didn't want to. Her father said and the mother said that she's not a fighter like that. So they knew what they was doing. She did not want to fight, point blank, period. Okay, that was an attack. And she didn't want to. They came in her room early in the morning. And they attacked and deleted her. This one right here. And all of them, all 6 of them told a lie.
Yeah.
Shanquella passed away due to her injuries. And let me show y'all that as well. Because that's Dejanay on your right, Jackson. And that's in the middle of how terrible Dejanay Jackson was attacking Shanquella Robinson. She had no mercy. Even
look at that square booty, these wide shoulders. Look at that, right? Everything's angles. There's no curves, no circles, no nothing.
When Shanquella said, "No, I don't want to do this," she continued to pound and pound and pound until Shanquella's neck was broken, spine messed up, had some brain injuries going on, and all 6 of these Cowboy 6 kept Shanquella in that villa with them for 7 hours while they did their alibi of alcohol poison before they even called for help. So they left Shanquella in there for 7 hours, and they cleaned up the crime scene very neatly. They dressed Shanquella like undertakers, propped her up, and after they cleaned everything and disposed of all the evidence,
All right, so
then
I didn't
they
drop
called the
things up
Mexican.
in there because when people start talking about all this kind of stuff, dressing the body, propping it up, like I don't agree with that at all. Y'all know that I do not believe that they dressed her body, moved her body, did any of those things. There's no proof of that. I only stick with math and science. But anyway, here is the link in the chat if y'all want to go over there and watch that, help yourself and all that good stuff. Anyway, I've been on here for a long enough time, but like I said before, once I start hitting, I don't go around to different content channels listening to this kind of stuff. I don't want to listen to it because I don't believe it. I do not believe that they dressed her body, did any of those things, because if we go back to the original story when this thing first happened, they fled the next day. Even if we believe that the maid did find her, it was stated that they abandoned the body. They abandoned the body. So why are they dressing the body and doing all that stuff if they had already said they were going to use the excuse of alcohol poison? What would be the reason for dressing the body? For what? Nobody's going to know about that. We over here in Mexico and the people back home in North Carolina. So why would they dress the body? The story of them dressing the body did not come out until months after this situation happened. These were lies and distractions that they put out there for us to get stories and stuff. So I don't. Yeah. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm not gonna. Anyway, there it is in the link there. I did like and subscribe, but I don't agree with that. Just like when anytime something like that happens, as soon as I feel like I've heard the bone or the fake information, I'm out. I'm out of there. Let's see here. PM channel got a good channel too. We'll play some of her videos. She's good. Leslie being yes, I watched her. I will check it out. All right, we gonna put one of your videos out here. PM channel. And those are, she got good little quickie channels too. Oh, I can't find your channel. Yeah, I'm gonna get one. I was just looking. And oh, here you go. It's right in my chat. Uh-oh. All right, so we're about to check out PM channels videos and all right, so let's see here. Oh, they blocked you. Okay, so here we go. Let's. I had mentioned him earlier today, so we're gonna check out PM channel. I'm gonna share it too when we get up in here. Shanquella blocked by Gerardo Zuniga. Truth is powerful. Okay, cool. I like these for the bite-sized ones. Yeah. Do a share. Drop it here. Uh-oh.
Remember when Mexican journalist Gerardo Zuniga said this? We uncovered the murder of Shanquella Robinson in Cabo, Mexico. We will continue the news coverage until the Cabo Six are punished by Mexican justice. Cabo Six are free. There is no Mexican justice, and Gerardo Zuniga has disappeared.
And remember earlier on this here live, I went to his channel. We saw he hadn't said nothing in months. Okay. Good one.
Recently, the PM channel produced a video on Gerardo Zuniga exposing the real reason he may have allegedly taken on the case of Shanquella Robinson. The truth is powerful, so powerful that it caused Zuniga and Mexican newspaper Metropolis to block the PM channel on X, formerly Twitter, after receiving the video. Gerardo Zuniga was part of a media group who committed gender-based political violence against political candidate Arlene Marcille, claiming she obtained the nomination due to her physical attributes. The accused media was forced to publicly apologize to the former candidate. They were fined and had to take courses on gender, were incorporated into INE's list of aggressors. So the fair question to ask is, was Gerardo Zuniga sincerely interested in obtaining justice for Shanquella, or was his reason a selfish one? To reestablish his reputation in the media by fulfilling a court-ordered mandate to provide content on the subject of gender-based violence against women. Shanquella Robinson's story was perfect for his agenda, since she was an American woman violently killed in Mexico. Was Gerardo Zuniga an opportunist who took advantage of the death of an American woman? When you look at the violence committed against journalists in Mexico, it would seem odd that a Mexican journalist would publicly insert himself in roadblocks. When the real reason for his interest in Shanquella's case was exposed, he disappeared. When attorney Ben Crump and attorney Sue Ann Robinson took on the case, he disappeared. Whatever the case, the pursuit of justice continues for Shanquella Robinson.
He got out of Dodge. That was good, PM channel. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Betty said some Justice Shanquella Robinson. Yes. PM channel says yes. That comment to me shows the assault started the previous night and they were continuing the assault. Shanquella was not going to fight back because she knew she was outnumbered. Yeah. And outmanned. Leslie said, "How could someone be that heartless to do a human like that? I wouldn't do an animal like that." They said she was dressed, so they found her in the nude. Nazir Wiggins said she was dressed. All right, so if we go back to beginning videos, when the thing first aired, everybody was documenting that she was naked. That's the reason why they got the grade out, because she's naked. She's naked. She's naked. Third video here. But anyway, I know what I'll do. I'll find on my channel here. She was naked. Even her dad said she was naked. Daddy said she was naked. Here is PM channel's link here to that video there, to her channel. Please go over there and subscribe. She is only a little bit away from getting the 1,000 subscribers, so she can get her channel monetized. Let's see here. Empress Sharon, Kearney says, Ari, and you are exactly right. It's definitely more to it than being said, as many of the unsolved cases here. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So, a lot of this stuff is just like coming to me now because, like I said before, when you're in it, you aren't necessarily like looking at all of the things around it and stuff like that. But like I said, this channel is dedicated to victims of all ages and all genders. And you see how they try to shut you down and silence you on this whole thing here. But I just wanted to keep saying something about this stuff here. So I appreciate everybody for their contributions and all that stuff. I want to see some of the in chat. I like those small videos and to do put together some good work there. Shanquella. All right, so anyway, I've been out here for a good little minute, and like I said, when I stumbled on that video with Krishan, it just made me think about Shanquella again. Let's see here. Channel says at all around the community. It's good to see you. Facebook. Oh yeah, of course. One day I was looking back at some of the old videos, and PM Channel has been here since the beginning. Been here since the beginning. Anyway, I'm about to wrap it up because I feel this cough is coming back. And I'm gonna try to do better. I don't know. I think maybe I'll just support from the background and stuff like that. And then if the spirit tell me to do, I will. But I don't know. I just really feel like whatever they're gonna do, whatever they're gonna do, they're going to, voting, and who knows if any of this stuff is even helpful. I don't know. Welcome to America. Living in America. All right. Thank y'all. Talk to you later. Please go ahead and go to PM's channel. You're so close. I really admire what you're doing here. I like what you're doing here. I'm trying to see if I can throw up another video. Oh, I was just on it. Now it won't show up. Oh, here. Okay. All right. Let's at least. Wait a minute. Is it right there? Oh no. 863 subscribers. So she just needs 137 more. Let me see here. All right, so we got some choices here. See here. All right, let's see here. This looks interesting. Let's check this out.
Ways in Mexico!
On October 29, 2022, Shanquella Robinson was murdered on a trip to Cabos, Mexico with a friend and travel mates. Dejanay Jackson is the main aggressor and the one captured on video brutally assaulting Shanquella while naked. Although Shanquella said no to a fight, she lost her life due to the vicious...
y'all hear that? Wild naked. Who was that said she had clothes on? Was that you, Leslie? Anyway, wild naked. She was naked.
Attack. All of the travel mates stood by and watched and recorded the assault. No one tried to help her as she was savagely beaten to death. None of them helped her. Although Dejanay Jackson took the life of Shanquella Robinson, they all participated in her death. Allegedly, all of them took part in the assault. They conspired to cover up their crime by moving her body and putting clothes on her, blaming the cause of death on alcohol poisoning. They refused her medical treatment and tried to extort $5,000 from the family. They lied to the doctor and Mexican police. Khalil Dejanay Winter sat in the mother's house. No.
I do not believe that they moved her body, dressed her body, or did any of those things, because when we saw earlier, with all the injuries, all of those injuries, and if they fled right away, how did they have time to move and dress the body? Rigor mortis would have set in. She would have been too stiff, and like I said, she was all contorted and broken up. How are you putting the body in some clothes with the head bobbling off of the shoulders? Who has the stomach to do that? No. And if they were secure that they were going to get away with the fact that all they had to do was tell the family that she passed from alcohol poisoning, what is the purpose or the rationale for moving and dressing the body? They definitely not trying to wait to have a doctor come see those injuries. Her face would have been swollen up, her back, it would have been obvious to see the injuries. Y'all, when people come, when you get a fresh patient, you can see injury. You can see if a shoulder's been dislocated. You don't need anybody to tell you that the person has an injury. You can see it. You can see if an elbow or a broken arm or broken hip. Like I said, I got 30 years of nursing experience. We know how to make assessments. There's no way that a physician took one look at Shanquella's body and thought that we can do CPR. You can see that the person is injured. There's no way that the Cabo 6 lied to the doctor and the doctor was going to believe that. It doesn't matter if it's a Mexican doctor or French doctor or nothing. Any medical professional would have looked and saw that there was no life in there. This stuff is fake. They didn't do it. No doctor would say, oh yeah, alcohol poison, when you see the injuries. Even her dad and her mom said anybody should have seen the bump on her head, and they saw her body weeks after she was already, passed away. So if the injuries could still be visible after that, there's no way that they staged the scene to bring a doctor in there.
Knowing Dejanay killed her daughter. Elise Hyatt's sister was murdered right before the trip, but that did not stop her from participating in the murder of Shanquella. Khalil Cook was the worst type of friend. He is a cold-hearted person. He deleted 400 text messages off her phone. What was he hiding? He invited Shanquella knowing what was going to happen to her. He allowed the travel mates to beat her as he stood and watched. Khalil is the one who called the family with the death notification. Khalil Cook took Dejanay and Winter to the mother's house, knowing that Dejanay took her life. He had no problems leaving her body in Mexico. In April 2023, federal prosecutors, U.S. Attorney Dina King and U.S. Attorney Sandra Hairston decided not to bring charges related to the death of Shanquella Robinson, citing not enough evidence. All of these individuals were responsible for the death of Shanquella. It is important to remember their names and faces. The FBI case is still open. There is still hope for justice. If you would like to help get justice for Shanquella, please email the names below to prioritize extradition. North Carolina Secretary of State Elaine Marshall and U.S. Department Secretary of State.
We have, I think we have to do something past that, because nepotism and the fact that stuff that's going there, I think they're not sharing it with the rest of the country. Like, they're trying to, if we tell it to them, to the state, they are protecting and shielding the state. So maybe if enough of us did something. So here is the information, y'all. I mean, drop this video too in the chat. This is good here. So at least send an email or something, Secretary of State, and go from there.
Anthony Blinken.
Good job. Good job. All right. Empress Sharon said, I have been feeling the same way, RN. Like, what's the use? Okay, thank you. I keep hearing we can't forget there is a higher power than them, and we have to keep faith. Excuse me. I keep hearing we can't forget there's a higher power than them, and we have to keep faith. It will prevail over evil, greed, and falsehood. Yeah, I know. I feel like I feel you on that, and I'm like, well, where is it? Like, we've been here for 400 years under all of this stuff, and I feel you on that. I feel like I'm just reciting the words to say to keep the faith and the hope and all that stuff, and part of me feels like, man, yeah, yeah, whatever. I just stick to my own life, and that's it. But yeah, whatever. Thank you for admitting that too. I feel like I'm not the only one. PM Chan says, at all around After Beauty, I agree. After obtaining further research, I don't believe they dressed her. Okay, yeah. And like I said, I've been saying that since the beginning, when they started putting this stuff out there so we could start talking about it. You know what I mean? So to paint the picture that Cabo 6 was these cruel villains and all that stuff. Why would they dress the body when they didn't think they didn't know that we was going to call them out on it? They thought all they had to do was say, look, she died of alcohol poisoning. They thought, they didn't know, right? Until she came back, it wasn't known that she had the spinal cord injury and the atlas fixation until after November 9th. So why would they need to stage the body and do all of this stuff? And there's no way that they would have taken the chance to invite a doctor in there and be like, hey, you think we could pass this body off as, some alcohol poison? No. They're trying to get as far away from that as possible. That's why they left early. That's why they left early. And like I said, it takes a, how would they have kept the body in alignment when it would have crumbled all apart? Like, you know what I mean? Who's like, yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can stuff her head back in this shirt. And then the one picture that Geraldo had with those fake pics, of the so-called CPR and all that crap, how did they put those tight biker shorts on her? Right, with the broken back. Like, there's no way, you know. And then again, rigor mortis would have set in at some time, so they had a limited amount of time. And I just don't see them fooling around with new alibis when, why would they come up with that lie if they thought the first lie would, you know, they didn't even have a clue that the lie that they were telling wasn't going to be accepted, right? Let's see, Empress says, I'm checking out the feet as well. They look very manly. Yeah, so, and let me just real quick before I go show this here. The bones. If they found skeletal remains in the woods, they can tell by those skeletal remains if these are the remains of a male or female. Like, a lot of times, you know, I'm sure y'all have seen on forensic files and stuff. They, you know, found the skeletal remains. They could tell, you know, what it was. They can also tell if the female has had babies or not, right? Because this pelvis bone. Everybody has a skeleton, right? We have XY chromosomes, which will give you a male skeleton. XX will give you will give you a female. There we go. Give you a female, and the difference is that the female is designed to carry children, and the male is not. So there's differences in the pelvis bone, which everybody has a femur, everybody has a humerus, everybody have all the same bones except for this pelvis bone, which is different, right? Here, oh, let me see. All right, so over here, can y'all, that ain't gonna be, can y'all see my mouse? Is the mouse visible? Anyway, I hope y'all can see my mouse, but no, I'm gonna go this way. All right, so over here, if you can't see, is a XY skeletal pelvis area. This is the male. As you can see, it is straight. And as you can see, these vertebrae, this is the portion of the spine. You can see these vertebrae have, they're spiky, pointy, and they are facing inside, right? So a baby couldn't be in here because, first of all, it's not enough space, and look how dangerous it is because all these pricks and spines and pointy, prickly things all up in there. But over here, looky here, we have a nice, smooth female pelvis, as you can see. Yeah, good. There you go. As you can see, it's like a big bucket. You see that there? It's like a big bucket because this is where the baby is going to hang out for the 9 months inside of the female body. It's tilted so the baby doesn't fall out. You see how it has a tilt in it? It's almost like a little big bucket, a bucket over here. And see, look at the vertebrae. Smooth, smooth like butter. These little vertebrae are smooth. I don't know why my mouse is not showing up. I'm just testing something to see where my mouse is at. I can see it, but I don't see it over here on the screen here. Anyway, smooth. See the vertebrae? Instead of prickly like they are on the male side, they are smooth because the baby's got to be in there. The baby can't be bumping up against no big old, points and prickly things. And you see this cartilage area here connecting the pelvis here. This stretches open, and this is how they can tell if the female has had a baby or not. But anyway, this is the difference. These are the difference. You can see this pelvis bone is different. This is what separates us. So a male is going to have a straight back, A female's going to have an arch in the back because you need that arch in order to keep your balance when you're pregnant, so you don't fall over when the baby starts to grow in your spine. So a female's going to have the S shape in the spine. Right here's one there. You see little S shape. See the arch. There's the pelvis for the baby. Not the baby. Wrong way. Baby will be coming out there. All right. So male's not going to have that. Male's going to have this back's going to be straight, and so is the pelvis. The pelvis is not going to be tilted because no baby's going to be up in there. So it's going to be flat both ways. Those are ways that you can tell if it's male or female. And and also this is going to affect how you move. Remember how I was saying earlier that the male's gonna walk with the weight on the back leg and female on the front leg. Female walking with the weight on the front leg is because of this tilt in the pelvis. So you walk with the weight coming forward because you are tilted that way. You have a tilt in your pelvis. And that's another way you can tell too with the clothes on. If person, even a female who has not had a baby, it's still not going to have a flat abdomen. It's going to have that little pooch because of the tilted pelvis here. So if someone has a totally flat, straight down abdomen into the pelvis, that is a male. That's an XY chromosome because they have straight pelvises. They don't have this area here. The holding the holding bucket for the baby is not going to be there. So those are ways to be able to tell, so you don't feel like you're getting food or tricked by anything. Let's see here. PM Challenge says that all about natural beauty. I agree. After okay, I don't know that. I'm sorry. Oh, he said that too. Check his feet. That's what threw me up here with these bones. And that's why I'm saying, like, you can't change these things. So people, when they come with these lies and stuff like that, you just go back to that. Empress was saying she's checking feet, right? So even though like a male's gonna have larger feet and all that stuff too, the way to know for sure, because I got big feet, I got some big old feet. So the way to know for sure is to look at the back, because a female's always going to have an arch in the back. Always going to have an arch in the back because of the design. And so if you see a straight back, then you know that that is a male. And also look at where the hips are, because people now are taking hormones or getting injections or BBLs. You still can't change where the hips come at, because a female hips are going to be low because when you give birth, the baby has to come out of the body. So that's why the hips got to be low, and that's why you can see that ladies got booty is longer. Man's gonna be short because his hips come up high, because his genitalia, the scrotum, testicles have to be outside of the body so they can stay at a cooler temperature, and that's why you can tell when they have them high hips. You're like, yeah, hips is high. That is a male. So there's certain landmarks that are, particular for women and for men. In the same way earlier when I showed y'all that short with the AI looking at the face, recognizing that that was a man, it's because the man's skeleton of the man's skeleton, the head is going to be different. You can tell a male skeletal head too, also because of the features. They're going to have sharp angles, as you can see too, even on these pelvises, these prickly angles and stuff like that the male have, and the lady one has circles. Like, see, chair. We do better. I don't know how to make that disappear. But anyway, look at these circles down there, right? Then over here, look at these angles. So angles and circles, right? So anyway, those are ways to see. So big feet, yeah, but like I said, I've got big feet. So the way you want to look is to see that straight back. And that's why I kept pointing out, see the straight back, so we can see that you can't fake an arch in the back. You either got one or you don't. PM Channel says it's all about natural beauty. All right, and your platform has been very important in bringing the math and science in understanding the details of this case. I can be discouraging, but keep producing content. Oh, it can't be it can't be discouraging, but keep producing content. Okay, I hear what you're saying. It can be discouraging. And then two, part of me, I feel I just get frustrated with all of the negative energy that it brings. But negative energy is going to come regardless if I'm saying something about this or not. So thank you so much for the encouragement. Hey, Leah, ain't seen you in a little minute here. Says hello. You ain't seen me in a minute. Duh. All right. So anyway, Leah says hello at All Around Natural Beauty. What about the Sue Ann Robinson file with the statement from the staff at the villa? Fake lies, fake lies, fake lies. Fake lies, fake lies. I'm not even sure why that was brought back because okay, so that came back in March. I want to believe it was March. If they had that from, okay, I know too. I had a video. The reason why I believe it's fake is because why if they took this interview and all this stuff happened way back when it first happened, why did it only come out months afterwards? Months afterwards. Why? Why? Because it addressed all of the facts that we was putting out there, all of the facts that we was highlighting and stuff like that. So they come out with these fake stories. Yeah, I don't believe those statements. It's all a dry bologna sandwich. And I've read it and broke it down too here on this channel before. Yeah, all lies because the times don't even add up. The times don't even add up. Like they said in the y'all gonna make me pull the document out. They said in the statements that it was a male doctor, but remember when it first came out, they said it was a female doctor, Dr. Gutierrez, some lady. They even put a picture up there. So how did it go from a lone doctor to the Red Cross with first responders to, I mean, all these different stories until when Sue Ann's version of it came out, it was a male doctor who was the personal doctor for the villa, who took care of all of the villa needs. Right? Now, how many villas or hotels or any type of establishments have a on-call doctor, a standby doctor? I mean, it's not even plausible. Yet they said it was a male doctor. So, the stories changed up. That's how you could tell it's a lie. Not only did the story change, but they had a whole other gender and all of that stuff. So no. Lies. Big lies. Leah said the staff identified Dejanay as the aggressor. Yeah, after they saw the video, is when they come up with their oh, looky here. um, looky here. And then too, even in the description, they was trying to describe and secretly say, the that this was kind of a masculine person who was doing it. Let me see if I yeah, so nah. Mm-mm. What's up, Christina Soulfly? She said, would they at least tell the truth about the gender of whoever beat her up? Remember in the beginning, they were calling it out truthfully. They said it was transgender. And then like I said, there's some type of protection or something that goes with that, because all of a sudden everybody, or they planted, some people in there to say, oh, they thought Dejanay, I don't even say they planted some people. The lead attorney has started it by saying it was because Dejanay, or Dejanay, however he was trying to pronounce it, kept taking the wig on or off. And the Mexican people, they ain't never seen no wig. They don't know nothing about no wig. So when they saw Dejanay taking the wig off, they just assumed it was a guy. Another baloney sandwich. I don't even know what was the purpose of them, why did that all change? In the beginning, there were several people that were saying, hey, that's a man. Hey, that's a transgender. It was a whole bunch of, you know, back and forth on that. And then all of a sudden, they started to, turn the light off on that. And anybody who was saying it was a man, all of a sudden you got shadow banned, and nobody was being able to know about your channel and stuff anymore. But like I said, I just go by here, math and science. You cannot change your gender, even if somebody got their genitalia mutilated. Once you're dead and gone and the flesh has fell from your bones, the skeleton remains the same. Other things that are, a man is going to have longer arms. So that's how you can also tell those T peoples when they put their hands on their hips and it's way low. Women, when we put our hands on our hips, it's up high. We're supporting our low back, the small of our back, because of that arch that I was showing you about, right? We're putting our hands there. These transgenders, whenever they try to impersonate women, they always put their hands on their hips because they think that's what women do. That's a feminine something. But their hands will be way down low in an unnatural position that women don't do, because our arms are that long. And that's another way how you could tell. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know why. And I know that Mexico got like a little secret society or safe place that they have for their transgenders, right? Because they use them as sex workers. PM Channel says at All About Natural Beauty RN. One more question. How is your mom doing after her fall a while back? Yeah, so now she's down to a cane. So it was a long recovery because of the severity of the fracture. So she was in rehab. Then after she got out of rehab, I had moved her into my house because her apartment was upstairs and she couldn't do the stairs. And then um, there were some plumbing issues here at my house to where I was out of here for like about 6 weeks or so. And then they finally got everything fixed. And in the meantime, I had just got an apartment, and that's where I have her at now. So she's at least back driving, and she could put weight on it. Like I said, she's down to a cane. She was in a wheelchair. That she was having home therapy, and she got into a walker, and then now she's down to a cane with a small limp, but she's doing better. Thank you for asking. Yeah, that was a long recovery, a long recovery. Bones really take a long time to heal up and you know mend back together. And she, like I said, she had a really bad break where um, broke the femur bone and the knee, and it was pretty bad. But she's back. Thank you for asking. Let's see here. Leah says, so why doesn't Dejanay clear her name if it's not her? Yeah, who said it wasn't her? I'm just saying, like, they're the ones we were told. Like, I can't tell in the picture who, it's grainy. So, you know, I'm only saying this Dejanay because that's what they told us. They told us that the people in the video the one getting attacked and the life taken from her with the bare hands was Shanquella Robinson, and that the person taking the life was Dejanay Jackson. So if it wasn't Dejanay Jackson, I would think that she would be trying to clear her name too, unless there's some other, fear or something like that. I don't know. That's a great question, but yeah. Leah says, "My best wishes to your mother." Thank you. Yeah, yeah. I should have gotten Daughter of the Year for. No, I was joking, but yeah, it was a lot. And I'm just grateful that she had been working out prior to that, so that really helped out a lot too, because a lot of times older people don't really do well or don't even walk again after breaking a femur bone. They'll be bed bound, and the walking days will be over. So I'm grateful that she was working out and had a lot of upper body strength to get around and do what she had to do to be able to use that walker and not put any weight on that leg, right? So um, that took a lot of upper body strength. I was looking for something. Somebody had said something up here earlier. I don't remember. Anyway, I thank y'all so much for coming in here. And where was that at? Somebody asked me something. Oh, and it was about the timeline. Somebody said something about the doctor. Let's see here. Leah said, "I'm sure your mother really appreciate all that you are doing for her." Yeah, she tells me that too, a lot too. So yeah, and I'm grateful. Like I said, we healing. It's something that we really need a lot in our communities and stuff like that, especially the mother and daughters and stuff too, because there could be some negative energy that goes on between mothers and daughters, especially in this whole little patriarchal system where women are seen as second class citizens or not women at all. And a lot of times, especially in the Black community, our mothers sacrifice the daughters and stuff to, coddle and put on pedestals the men and stuff. And daughters get the short end of the stick. So yeah, I'm grateful to have a loving relationship with my daughter and my mother too. So yeah. Break the cycle. And thank y'all so much for your concerns and all that stuff too. And together, everybody, take an opportunity to seek justice for Shanquella Robinson and to do all that we must do. But before I go, I'm going to just read off those 10 things one more time too, because we see that the FBI in Charlotte, they hold the news, all that is tainted. Like they can't really be trusted. We saw that. We went to their site. They had 7 videos about Shanquella. 7. And so, you know. Anyway, so 10 tips on how American citizens can help bring justice for Shanquella Robinson. Number 1, stay informed. So stay up to date on developments in the case by following news reports, official documents, and updates from the victim's family or advocacy groups. And have there been any type of new something from Shanquella? Like whatever I look on there, I don't see nothing. Let me just take a peek real quick and see if any new stuff is happening. All this stuff is old. I wonder how they're able to do that. Just like shut everything down. Okay. And that's the other reason that be making me feel discouraged. It's like, okay, they're winning. They have all the power. They have all the power and authority. It's the yeah, I don't see nothing. Okay. Let me just let y'all see what I'm seeing here too. All right, so I just typed up here updates. And as you can see, this let me see if I can a filter. There you go. Check what about today. And that is obviously not today because this says August 23rd. This old stuff. Not new. Oh, here's something for 2 minutes. Okay, here. ABC News. Okay, let's see what happens here. Oh no, that's this video. Duration is 2 minutes. This is from November 23rd, 2022. All right, this is they talking about an arrest warrant issue. Let's see here. I'm gonna skip this in a second. All right, this here is November 23rd, 2022. See what this ad is over. I'm gonna turn on the volume. Who? Who's pursuing the case? Oh. Well, how did you know it was a woman? These people, they've been they've been talking mumbo jumbo to us this whole time. Oh, is it just showing? Uh-oh. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why it's not sharing. But anyway, that's you can see that's old news. I don't know why this thing is lying, saying that this is new news. That's old news. Just today. But again, this is Yahoo. I don't even know where to find good stuff at. This is so everything's so painted. So 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 bad. Okay, ooh, here, I want to share this real quick. All right. Hopefully it's come on through. All right. Yeah. All right. FBI Charlotte Field office opens investigation into the death. Now this here was November the 19th.
Some breaking news just into our newsroom within the past hour. We're learning that the Charlotte FBI field office has officially opened an investigation into the death of a woman on vacation in Cabo, Mexico back in October. Now, Queen City News first brought you the story about Shanquella Robinson's mysterious death last week. As anchor Morgan Francis reports, police investigating the case are sharing what they've discovered so far.
Thursday, Mexican authorities told Queen City News Shanquella Robinson's friends lied to them about what happened to her prior to her untimely death on October 29th. An officer investigating the case says they interviewed two friends at the villa in Cabo who said Shanquella Robinson had alcohol poisoning.
Okay, so they said they interviewed two friends at the villa, right? This was back in November. Why did they wait months later to put out the interview that they said that they did? And the two people that was interviewed on there were workers from the villa. Where's the Cabo interview that they supposedly did?
Poisoning. The same story her family says they told them.
They said she wasn't feeling well. She had alcohol poison. They couldn't get a pulse.
It wasn't until her autopsy came back that Mexican police discovered she had a severe spinal cord injury.
And that's the death certificate.
And atlas luxation, which is instability in the uppermost vertebrae. They also didn't see this video showing Robinson get violently assaulted.
Look at there, straight back, leg, weight on his back leg.
Until Wednesday. For that reason, their investigation is still open and they're looking into her death.
There's a huge financial incentive to keep Cabo open and to keep people feeling safe. So to the extent.
And that's why they're trying to and just let this die down. A huge financial incentive.
And they can find, prosecute, incarcerate the people that did this. In my opinion, they're going to try to do it.
Kurt Kearns is an international attorney with experience litigating international crimes and investigations. Some of what he has to say might not be the most promising news.
It's a sovereign state. So that's the first misunderstanding a lot of people have is that, hey, man, if I'm an American and I'm in trouble somewhere, boy, they'll come to my rescue. And the reality is not unless there's a really big interest internationally in coming to your rescue, because they will not upset international relations with a sovereign nation just to help out.
The police officer investigating the case tells Queen City News if.
So my thing is that since America doesn't have to go try to help the Cabo Six because they're not in Mexico, why can't they just prosecute them here? It's not like they, you know what I mean? They're here. So that's why I believe y'all was right when you're saying that there's some type of cover up from North Carolina.
They find evidence that leads to an arrest, they have authority to bring the group back to Mexico and, quote, they will have to answer to Mexican law. While the FBI and U.S. State Department say it's not their jurisdiction, it doesn't mean they can't investigate either.
Upon invitation, FBI can come in and assist. Upon, invitation, the State Department can get more and more involved, but it's only upon invitation.
See, those are the key words there. Upon invitation, like they have to be invited to do this.
I.e., do they want us there?
Yeah.
That was Morgan Francis reporting. Police again are urging anyone with information to contact the local FBI office. And they
local. I think the locals are just kind of shielding this whole stuff. They're shielding this whole stuff. And I know when this thing first happened, there was a Mexican reporter before we even heard about Geraldo who talked about this and said that Mexico didn't even say nothing about this until, the video surfaced. And they had to ask about it. They had to ask about what happened. All right, so anyway, y'all got some more comments down here. I'm gonna clear these up and then we take a break for lunch. Leah says, what do you think the timeline was at the villa with Shanquella? What is your view on Nazir's confession video? Oh yeah, lies, lies. One of these videos I got where we broke down his body language, all that stuff on him telling lies. Good question. What do you think? Yeah, I think he's a liar. And was prepared to try to say something, but once they recognized that they weren't going to be in any trouble, now everybody's like hush hush and just kind of waiting for this whole thing to blow over so they can resurface again and move on with their lives like nothing happened. And that's my belief. I think this is it. Yeah. All right, I think this is what I want to show. All right, let's go try and see if this is it. Yes. All right, here we go. It's some timeline stuff. Uh-oh. Let me share this. More timeline. All right, here we go. So this here, November 25th.
Of a Charlotte woman in Mexico. The state attorney general's office of Baja California Sur has filed charges in the killing of Shanquella Robinson. The agency also says the extradition process is now starting. Robinson died while on vacation with a group of friends in Cabo last month. WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre spoke to an attorney about these charges.
The charge is for a femicide, which is the killing of a woman. Now, in the U.S., that would be equivalent to a homicide, and it could mean anywhere from 40 to 60 years behind bars. The attorney I spoke to says more charges could be filed in Mexico, but also here in the U.S.
Any role that anybody played, they are likely to have to deal with some level of prosecution in Mexico as it relates to this, or potentially in the States, again, if any of those crimes happen on American soil.
Shanquella Robinson died after suffering a broken neck and severe spinal cord injury in Cabo last month, according to her death certificate. Attorney.
So how is it possible that the news was reporting this and then all of a sudden 5 months later they said they couldn't opine or couldn't, say what her cause of death was. And that's why I believe that person was trying to be very, cut and dry. There's absolutely no chance for, so people could just leave this alone. But if we got all of this footage and documentation of that there is something that could be done, that's why we have to say we go back.
Attorney James Exum says, despite various accounts of her death, that is the most reliable.
With the medical side, and I do homicides, that's what you can rely on more than anything else, because that's just science.
The state attorney general's office of Baja California Sur opened the femicide case against the person allegedly responsible for killing Robinson. The agency filed an arrest warrant and extradition procedures to be carried out.
That type of offense that the person faces between 40 years minimum, 60 years maximum.
The investigation remains open as the agency works to identify anyone else involved in her death. Exum says more people could be prosecuted.
The fact that
so see, okay, listen to what you say here.
They left Mexico under the guise that she died from alcohol poisoning, and it's clear that it's not that. Then once you've left Mexico and come here, that could be an issue because you can do it by commission or omission.
Now, how come? So here's more stuff that they were saying that we can charge them with all these different things. Then where are these people at now to make sure this is getting done? So, how do we reach out to them to be like, hey, remember attorney so-and-so, you had said back then, why are they forgetting all this stuff here now when, this was already out there? And he's not the only attorney. There's more. There's more. All right, here goes another one. All right, I think this is the one where the Mexican dude talks. Let's see. All right, this is even better. This is the 18th of November. Before they knowing that they got to come up with different stories. When news was just, freely reporting.
following some developing news. FBI Charlotte just announcing they've opened an investigation into the death of Shanquella Robinson. She's the Charlotte woman who mysteriously died while vacationing in Mexico. Right now, authorities trying to figure out how the 25-year-old died. Reports say Robinson went with friends to Mexico and died 24 hours later. Initially,
so the FBI launched their investigation on November 18th. Why did they take 5 months to say, that to put the autopsy report, the findings out there? Why? That's how another way you can tell that this is fake, because if they had already concluded that the cause of death was undetermined, they should have already put that out there. Why wait 5 months to say that? That lets you know it's a cover-up. A straight up cover-up. Let's see here. I'm trying to find this one with the real Mexican attorney. And this ain't it that I'm on. Here we go. Here we go. This is what I was trying to look for. All right, so looky here. This here, November 18th, 2022. All right, so this is shortly after we finding out about this stuff.
And beyond. The family searches for answers after a Charlotte woman dies while on vacation in Mexico with friends. Tonight, Queen City News has confirmed the FBI Charlotte field office has opened.
That's who we need to look. We looked at the WBTV. We need to check out this Queen City News too. Look like they may have a little bit more stuff.
An investigation into the case. Queen City News anchor Morgan Francis broke this tragic story and has the latest on the investigation tonight.
Well, Brian, we now know 2 agencies are investigating Shanquella Robinson's death nearly 3 weeks after she passed. As her family prepares to lay her to rest tomorrow, they're grateful the national coverage of her mysterious death in Mexico has now given them hope they'll get the answers they so desperately seek. It's the latest in a story that's been unraveling from the start. The FBI Charlotte field office confirms with Queen City News it's opened an investigation into Shanquella Robinson's death in Cabo San Lucas. The announcement comes just over a week after we made multiple inquiries into the suspicious circumstances surrounding her death.
All right, so they said that it comes after a week of the news and everybody making multiple inquiries about her death. So the FBI didn't care a week before, none of that stuff. When they kept saying, hey, what about this? What about that? For a whole week, they didn't say or do anything.
Death.
They said she wasn't feeling well. She had alcohol.
Right, this is November the 9th, right? The mother on the news saying this stuff. FBI still ignoring them, haven't said nothing.
Alcohol poison. They couldn't get a pulse.
Some on the trip told Robinson's family and police in Mexico that she had alcohol poisoning. Police learned that was a lie when the autopsy came back saying she died from a severe spinal cord injury. And
okay, so they just said here that they told the police. No mention of a doctor. Let's pull this back. All right.
Week after we made multiple inquiries into this investigation into Shanquella Robinson's death in Cabo San Lucas. The announcement comes just over a week after we made multiple inquiries into the suspicious circumstances surrounding her death.
They said she wasn't feeling well. She had alcohol poison. They couldn't get a pulse.
Some on the trip told Robinson's family and police in Mexico that she had alcohol poisoning. Police learned that was a lie when
they told the police in Mexico. So at this time, November 18th, no doctor is being mentioned. Here's the clue, the police. The police ain't got no power to report on none of this stuff. And if the police can't look at that body and tell that this was some type of an injury, give me a break.
Autopsy came back saying she died from a severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation, which is instability in the top vertebrae. Then video from inside the villa came out on Wednesday, showing someone violently assault Robinson, who was naked and audibly refuses to fight back.
Quilla, can you at least fight back?
No. I work in Los Cabos.
All right, listen here. This is a Mexican reporter from Cabo. Listen to what he say. Listen.
No. I work in Los Cabos. I'm a journalist right here. I have a television and radio program.
Journalist.
That's not Geraldo, is it? This guy say he work in Los Cabos. He got a television show. He's a journalist there.
Germán Medrano, who lives and works in Cabo, says word of the suspicious death took a while to reach the news.
Certainly, the thing to have in a hotel a body is a huge thing.
He said the thing to have in a hotel a body is a huge thing. So at this point, they're saying it was a body. Nobody has said anything about a doctor. This is November 18th, 2022. A body. He said a body in a hotel is a huge thing.
So where is the investigation about it?
So where is the investigation about it? He want to know because he's a journalist. This is supposed to be news that's supposed to come to him right away. He's the new part of it. He's the news. So where is the investigation? Listen.
He says people didn't tell them about the death until this week when the video went viral.
Whoa.
And
Nobody said nothing about the death until the video went viral. And now we got people trying to cover their butts.
Started asking questions.
We have to ask them for the case. We ask, and the day we ask, that day make the report police.
Medrano.
He said we had to ask the police about the investigation. And the day we asked, that's the day they made the investigation. They made the report. Let me pull it back again so y'all can hear what he said. He's pretty much saying that the police didn't say nothing or didn't even produce a report until the video went viral. So if the police did an interview with the Cabo 6 the night of, if they did an autopsy on the 29th, on the 30th, hours after Shanquella was murdered, why none of that information went out there? That's how you could tell these are lies. All that stuff. Somebody asked me about Sue Ann's the report that she brought back. Lies. Because where was it at there? Right? They did all that work, spent money on autopsies and all that stuff. Why would they wait 4 months to put it out there? All right, let's just let y'all hear him all the way.
I work in Los Cabos. I'm a journalist right here. I have a television and radio program.
Journalist Germán Medrano, who lives and works in Cabo, says word of the suspicious death took a while to reach the news.
Certainly, the thing to have in a hotel a body is a huge thing. So where is the investigation about it?
He says people didn't tell them about the death until this week when the video went viral and they started asking questions.
We have to ask them for the case. We ask, and the day we ask, that day make the report police.
Medrano said,
wow. So he said they had to ask him for the case, and the day they asked is when they made the case report. So if that's the case, what happened to the interview that they supposedly took the night of? What happened to the autopsy report that they had already did supposedly on October 30th, which was a Sunday? And who does an autopsy on a foreign Mexico, poor country, do a whole autopsy on a foreign, on a Black American woman who hadn't even been claimed by the family. You mean to tell me that Mexico did an autopsy on the 30th, on a Sunday? And if they already did it, why is this journalist just getting the story after inquiring about it from the police?
Says police released this report on Wednesday, confirming their investigation.
Wednesday, November 16th. Where's the report from the 29th of October?
Into the death of a foreigner, and later stating they haven't ruled anything out. The death has been a shock to the community that relies so heavily on tourism, but an even more heartbreaking reality for a family who initially felt that no one was taking them seriously.
I probably won't be at ease until someone's arrested.
So the FBI and Mexican police are investigating this case. We don't know if the FBI is taking over the investigation or not. But clearly, getting answers in Mexico seems to be as difficult as getting answers 2,500 miles away.
We begin with a story tonight that is cryptic.
That's what I wanted to show. Somebody had asked me about that. Anyway, so where was Geraldo at? Right? This here was the real Mexican journalist. The real Mexican journalist. I'm starting this out. We'll know where it's at or be looking for it again. All right, let's start right here. All right, let's see here. Easy. Okay. All right, so that's me. Oh, I got some more comments over here. Oh, let me say this here. Leah says, your channel is really good, PM channel. Well done. Yes. I'm super proud of PM channel. Like I said, I've noted her name here, since the beginning. And I like the work that she does. Great voice too. She has a nice voice. And she's a reporter. She be sticking them with the tough questions. PM channel says, thank you very much, and she appreciates the support. Like I said, I dropped her channel in here. She only needs 137, I believe, more subscribers, stuff like that. And she's been real consistent with building up a lot of videos and stuff, which is a lot of work. And Leah said, may I ask what your opinion is on how Sue Ann Robinson is dealing with the case? I don't know. I really feel like they're plants. Like, you know what I mean? I know I wanted to show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all real quick too. I don't trust it. The reason why is because, all right, so everything to me just seems kind of orchestrated. Like they're trying to, okay, now cue this, and it's just seems like they're trying to paint this picture to hurt the people, because now that they've been on it, we don't even hear nothing else about it. Like there's nothing else happening. And then just a little bit ago on here, when we listened to what Ben Crump was saying, and he was saying he looked her in the eyes and said that we're gonna try, or something vague, and not really saying that we're gonna get you. They said some sense of justice, not justice, but kind of justice. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't trust them. I feel like they're just there to kind of calm the family down, to get them to accept the fact that y'all ain't getting no justice. That's my opinion. I don't feel like they're there to help. I feel like they're there to help the cover up, pretty much. help to cover up. And um, yeah, so I don't feel like they're there to help. I feel like they're there to help. I know what it was. It was the whole Black Lives Matter stuff. All those things were like plants in for political purposes to do things to control the people and not really help. Let me see, type it up here. Trayvon Martin. Yeah, it's some seriously deep stuff happening. We'll find a little quick, little short. Here we go. This guy. It's a little trailer, and then I'm gonna let y'all go because we can go down some rabbit holes and stuff like that. But all these things are all reasons why they're trying desperately to sweep this whole Shanquella Robinson under the under the carpet, under the carpet. Yeah, so I think they were their plants. What's up, Lila? Says your hair is amazing. All right, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm just trying to be patient and let it grow back. What's up, China doll? China doll in the hizzy. All right, it's got some more green. V, what's going on, V? We doing pretty decent up in here. Yeah. Okay, so we'll share this here, and then I promise I'll let y'all go. But y'all come up with these questions and stuff, and I try to, cause I'm just discovering this stuff too, like how the Black Lives Matter, all these things was like little organizations that they've been, we in the Matrix, y'all. This, we yeah, we just some guinea pigs.
My message
I
is
was saying that the Trayvon the whole thing was a hoax, like it was a fraud too. And I did watch the whole documentary. This here is just like a little clip of it.
to the parents of Trayvon Martin. You know, if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
The shooting death of
And see what, like, look there. If I had a son who look like Trayvon, big liars. To promote this racism stuff, this whole like everything's racist and stuff. Like he got killed because he was a black man wearing a hoodie, and it's not the case. This kid attacked this guy, and anyway, right.
My message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. You know, if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
the shooting death of Trayvon Martin was ground zero for racial division.
See there, ground zero, and then look at you. See, they trying to get the Black Lives Matter. This is what they was trying to develop. So they just used this as a way to do this, and they always target on the black men because none of this happened for Shanquella. Look at all these people out here. Look how they got us brainwashed. Look at this.
My message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. You know,
We didn't hear not one word from the president about Shanquella. Not one. Not one. But they talked about who was the one black guy that got beat to death by all those black police. They talked about him. All of the things that happened to the black males was highlighted and spoken about and protested and all that stuff. People, we were just on the internet saying, "Oh my goodness," about Shanquella and stuff like that because she's a woman. Do you see how there's no justice for women? Women are the victims.
if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
The shooting death of Trayvon Martin was ground zero for racial.
Black Lives Matter. See, look at all this big rally and all that kind of stuff. Where is the sign for Shanquella? And where are all the people out there? I went to the rally in May of 22, and there was hardly anybody there. Look at this big ass crowd.
Division in America.
Trayvon Martin was killed for wearing a hoodie, quite frankly.
That's not what he was killed for. And see, I didn't even know, I had listened to that story when it happened years ago, and I thought that's what it was about. So I was like, oh, how sad. But this guy took the time to do all the investigation, and this level of lies and deceit went up to they even put in a fake girlfriend in the court and stuff. So that's what was making me also feel discouraged about this whole Shanquella thing, because this country would go through all kind of measures to do fake stuff, even put in fake witnesses and stuff. In the same way how they told us this that the autopsies from South Carolina didn't show have enough evidence to open up a case.
I decided to produce a film on how the case affects American politics to this day.
Politics.
It had started as a self-defense case.
That's what he did. That's George Zimmerman's head that Trayvon banged up.
But then, out of the blue,
Look at that.
they found
Who's
Trayvon's
that?
girlfriend.
Who that? Look at that. Look at this guy's face.
Hey, it had started as a self-defense case.
Right?
But then,
Look at that. His face is beaten. Look at that. That's a broken nose. All right, y'all want to say that, okay, so Shanquella had to have some injuries on her face because she got punched up, right? You can look at him and see that these are injuries. These are injuries, right? Look at that. Look at that.
out of the blue, they found Trayvon's girlfriend.
She is a minor child.
This phone witness led to the most racially divisive trial since OJ. The girlfriend had written Trayvon's mother a letter.
I put it in a box.
Did you sign it at the bottom?
Yes.
What name did you use?
Diamond Eugene.
My investigation started with Trayvon's 750-page cell phone records. I made a shocking discovery. Trayvon did have a girlfriend named Diamond Eugene, but she wasn't the witness at the trial.
Look at that. Who brought her in there? Y'all saw that, right? Look at this. Look who brought her in there. This guy. Uh-oh. Look at that. Look at that. And that's why I don't trust him or Sue Ann Robinson. They have motives. There's motives behind that. This guy done just pointed out that this is a fake girlfriend that this guy brought in because they're trying to paint a picture.
Ow.
This phone witness led to the most racially divisive trial since OJ. The girlfriend had written Trayvon's mother a letter.
I put it in a box.
Did you sign
They had his mama involved in it too. Look at this.
it at the bottom?
Yes.
What name did you use?
Diamond Eugene.
My investigation started with Trayvon's 750-page cell phone records. I made a shocking discovery. Trayvon did have a girlfriend named Diamond Eugene, but she wasn't the witness at the trial.
Look at that. All in court. Got liars up in there that the people brought up in here. We don't even have a true justice system. And that's why I'm feeling like whatever. It's because of this. And Leah, I appreciate you, or somebody else was telling me, understand about feeling this way. But look.
To understand what really happened, I knew I had to find the real diamond. My research took me to the back alleys of Little Haiti.
Maybe they can help me find Diamond.
Yeah, maybe they will help.
To the high schools of Miami Gardens. to Florida's capital city of Tallahassee. And finally, to Sanford, Florida, where I got to know George Zimmerman. For the first time, he revealed Trayvon's last words.
And this whole time, I was just like, man, they let him get away with all this stuff. But when you hear all of the facts and stuff like that they kept, out and stuff to paint the picture, they start creating all the riots and all that anger and stuff by manipulating the story. And look at what links they went to do it, bringing in a fake witness.
I heard him say, "Tell Mama Alicia I'm sorry."
Then I found a tape where Rachel confessed to prosecutors.
Real guilty.
Why do you feel real guilty?
I ain't know about it.
Huh?
I ain't know about it.
And then, finally, I found Trayvon's real girlfriend, Diamond Eugene. I was then able to reconstruct the shocking story of what really happened the month before and after the shooting. I used forensic handwriting analysis and even DNA to confirm what I had uncovered, that Diamond was switched for a fake witness in a murder trial in the most stunning hoax in American.
Now, this man's life was in jeopardy. And just to keep their narrative, they didn't even care. They didn't care.
Judicial history, a hoax whose consequences have been tragic beyond anyone's imagination.
Look at that.
In telling this story, my hope is to show how.
And this is done purposely so everybody can feel divided.
Politicians and the media have pulled us apart when our shared aspirations have always been to come together as one nation.
Anyway, it's a long documentary, and I was, enlightened and learned a lot, about the whole Black Lives Matter, all this political, stuff about it and stuff. It's really, like, I can't believe this is really happening. And that's, they really do this stuff, y'all. Really do it. China Doll is saying beautiful greetings and stuff too. More greetings. Anybody say something? Leah says, why do you think the family and the lawyers have excluded Mr. Robinson from the case? I think because if you go back through all of this stuff, Mr. Robinson was always just coming from a place of the truth. I'm standing on the truth, the truth, the truth, the truth. You really didn't see him, trying to get camera time and all that stuff. So the reason why we would have to exclude him, because you can't have somebody going, the truth, the truth, the truth, when if we are trying to go for this cover up, staging, steering, manipulative tactic, for stuff. And I don't believe that he could have been bought or persuaded, and so that's why it's easier to just build a wedge there and do some more division in there and keep him out of stuff, So that's just my my opinion on that. If somebody's going to be standing strong for the truth, you can't really, he can't be manipulated. Like like when they were trying to tell me about these new autopsies and stuff, and I'm like, I've already seen the video, and I accept the death certificate. Why would I be persuaded by some, new stuff like that? So I don't think that they understood that they probably couldn't change his mind, because when when it was put out there that the FBI wasn't going to pursue charges, he was very confident. He was like, I don't know what type of doctor they had, because he already knew about the death certificate. He was like, he didn't even think twice about this baloney stuff that they were talking about, these autopsies. He was like, I don't know what college they went to, because he stayed strong on the death certificate. So I think that's probably why they exclude him, because we ain't trying to go for the truth here. We trying to paint our narrative. And as y'all can see from this video here, Ben Crump been about this whole, paint the narrative and do the, thing. People are greedy and stuff, or they're for promoting agendas and not really caring about the people and stuff. They created all of this fury with riots and deaths and burnings and all kind of chaos by changing the narrative. And that's not even what happened. That's not what happened. Yep. PM Channel says at all about Metro BDRN, you are on it. Excellent information. I have reservations about the lawyers. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like in the beginning, I wasn't feeling that way, but like the more I sit back and look at it and I go over the stuff, like even just watching that video interview again today, when she was like, and when they said they're not going to do anything about it, it was almost like they were part of the same team. And because they're not going to do anything, take anything in Shanquella's thing, we are not, we're determined, but we're not, just, it was just so, wait a minute. And then Ben Crump, they looked into this mother's eyes and told her that they were going to, give some type of, or, it was all vague and all kind of like pacifying type of stuff. But no, we're going to get justice. It's all, and then it's like now that they didn't come, they didn't got them under control, because on another video, you hear the mother say, we think it was because of the fight. It's like they didn't just gaslit her so much to where she is now, hold on, calling it, a fight and stuff. So yeah, justice for Shanquella. Thank you, Betty. Yeah, thank you. All right. So let's see. Leah says, I remember you being surprised at the rally when Mr. Crump spoke of Miss Robinson as if she were a single mother. You were startled. Um, oh yeah, I was just I don't know. I was I was concerned. I was just like, how come we've never seen the dad at any of these rallies or any of those kind of things, the balloon things, or not that I went to any of the balloon stuff, because y'all have heard me say, don't be polluting, trashing the earth with these balloons. Like, do something different. Like, it's not even good to do the balloons, especially they can cause problems. They can get on the windshields of airplanes, and then what goes up is going to come down. It's just, it's not a good practice to do. But yeah, I was surprised. Mm, I didn't remember that. All right, so Betty said they should included him in on things also. That was his daughter. Yeah, but we just saw a video too. You can see even in their posture, like they were, you could tell that they aren't together. They had a, separation and stuff. So rarely have we seen the two of them together in an interview. And some of the things that he said sounds like he's been, like they were already leaving him out. So yeah. Oh, I hear you. All right. So anyway, I did go ahead, like I said, I have been not wanting to do this for a couple months now. But thanks to Cat William, who kind of gave me a little bit of courage to just go ahead and be like not afraid to speak the truth and all that stuff. went on and came and said something too. And like I said, each time I'm just discovering more and more stuff. But we can see that this thing goes back years of all kind of stuff like that. For the show that they did this back on this Trayvon Martin thing to promote these agendas, and look at all of the devastation that they've caused by this kind of stuff, having black people all angry, and you know what I mean. This is just awful. Leah says, I saw you at one rally. Yeah, that was the only one I went to, the one in May in Washington, D.C. I was just like, yeah, you just come out here. We got to promote. We got to do the thing. And that's when I was all trying to get us to join together so we could be political and have a voice, which I still, feel like that's something that we could do. However, a lot of us are so already brainwashed and in the line of the herd to where, Thank you, Leah, for your support. I have to find that video that made at the rally. That I made at the rally. It's on my channel. Are y'all hitting the like button? I don't know. I can't really see. Anyway, I love y'all. And let's see here. Let's see what we talk about. You said you made at the rally. Yeah. Oh, let's see here. Oh wait, that. Where is the one I made at? I went live at the rally. Here you go. All right, just for you, real quick. We gonna let me show it. I ain't gonna show all of it, but I mean, we just kind of touch it and stuff. All right, so here we go. Live at. Uh-oh. Mute.
Hey y'all, I had to. I'm on my way back over to the site, y'all. I see y'all up in there. It looks like only a few people. I had to go grab me some coffee over here. It's gonna be across the street. So we about to roll up. I know I started a few minutes early, only because it's the first time I'm doing something like this.
Yep.
So hello y'all, welcome to the All Around Natural Beauty RN channel, where I'm passionate about helping victims.
We'll just,
and anybody who's out there in the DC area needs to come out here now, because we need way more people. Way more people. Y'all was timing in, everybody making these videos and stuff. Where y'all at? Where is the people at? Good morning. All right, we got a nice shirt there. Say hello to this All Around Natural Beauty RN channel. And what's your name? Yolanda. Okay, and you have a nice shirt here. It says Justice for Shanquella Robinson. Y'all see that out there? So we do have people coming out here and continuing to promote justice for Shanquella.
And speaking of that, so what was that? Y'all see my little thing there? Thursday night at work, I've been wearing this now since since that time there. And somebody asked, every once in a while somebody will ask me about this. And it's a great way to continue to support and shine the light on getting justice for Shanquella Robinson and stuff like that. So, and then people was trying to clown about folks doing weird stuff like that.
Shanquella Robinson, we just need more.
Yep.
Needs to be way more people. Way more people. All right, we got another person absolutely here. Here we go.
Hi.
All right.
For Shanquella.
And what's your name?
Brenda.
This is Brenda. And this is my channel, All Around Natural. Oh, you have? Okay, look at that, y'all. We got people coming up here. See, been on the channel, y'all. We got JP6 out there. I'm doing.
So y'all see, look here, Harley. Not too many people came out there.
It
was nice.
No, Shanquella deserves that too, right? We women deserve it too. That's why we need to unite. You see, Annie says, good morning. Thank you, RN. Justice for Shanquella Robinson. Yes, justice, justice, justice. And Susie, hey, Susie, says,
Yeah, that was my first time going remote.
I believe it's going to be served in Mexico versus the United States.
People would say
oh,
it's
okay.
yeah.
I think we would all like that too, right? Because at first, you know, we was trying to get them to get justice over here, right? Which would have been nicer for them. But since they giving us these slaps in the face, we would like to see them go over there and serve that justice in Mexico. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
All right, and this is your YouTube channel right here.
Yes, justice will be served in Mexico.
Yes,
It will be served in Mexico.
exactly.
They will be extradited back to Mexico.
Thank you.
It's not going to be
7 months ago.
Yeah,
because it didn't happen on the grounds of the United States. So I truly understand from an FBI side.
Oh my goodness, ain't nothing happened since 7 months ago. Leah says so much corruption in the world. Yes, we have no idea of the amount of corruption. Exactly, and it's almost frightening when you start looking around and be like, dang, it's all, you know. I feel like I'm surrounded by wicked demons, you know. And then it's like, who do you trust? Just, you know, a few months ago, I'm excited about, hey, come on, let's, you know, vote. Let's get together and vote. Then we see all this corruption. It's like, well, what's the purpose of doing that if they're only going to do whatever it is that they want to do, you know? PM just said, ooh, you look beautiful. Thank you. And see, Leah said, you have a bad cough. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I was sick a few weeks ago, probably about like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then this is just more, yeah. And then I was using that too as a reason why I hadn't really been up here because the cough just can't really shake it. I'm about to finish these last little comments, and I'm gonna let bid y'all adieu and see here. Leah said, "Yes, it's the video I wanted to find." All right, so I just dropped it here. There it is, right there. Click on that. It's in there, and see what you see. China Doll said, plus Mr. Robinson didn't want to be involved with the money grab associated with the GoFundMe. Yep, money or the foundation Quilla's sister started. Yeah, he really did distance himself from that money because that's even Cat Williams was talking about that stuff. You know, sometimes that's like taking the whole little making the pack or signing your name in blood or something, you know, like that too, because even the energy of these people at this here rally, it was almost like, you know, not them, but I mean like the family and stuff. They did something, you know, some kind of, you know, something is there to where now everybody's okay with nothing being said or done. And so that's the reason why I think that they are purposely excluding him is because he can't be bought and he's standing on the truth. He's, you know, about that. So, yep. All right. Love y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in and see y'all in another video. Justice for Shanquella Robinson.